Aha, I do believe we've done it. We have achieved stream. The ads are done. Spotify is still playing. I am live on the internet. Much, honestly, I think everyone agrees. Bad idea all around, and yet here I am. Uh, let's warm up. Let's warm up the stream. Let's make sure everything's running, especially before we get lots of people. I say, because hope lives eternal. Before we get lots of people on the stream, let's just make sure everything is working. Why don't we? Is StreamerBot up? Yes, it do appear to be up. Can we switch things around? All right, we're doing it live. Let's see if I go to the overhead. Yes. Hi, everything is working. This is what we'll be doing today. Look, I even have my little Cthulhu. God damn it, I was just thinking of wrong person. Dice pack. Okay, let's see. Oh, well, that's cool. Cool. All right, so my desktop let me. Good thing I didn't have any porn open. Okay, cool. So everything does appear to be working. That means we can kind of dive into it. So, folks, how is everybody doing today? Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. Wetting my whistle. Do we have? Actually, I should test the other stuff quick. Let me see. Can I kind of give myself a woot for actually coming through and actually doing a stream today? Let's see. Fuck yeah! Very impressed with myself. Very proud of myself. Really. Let's see. Perfect. I think it's all working. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm a professional.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, that's working. All right, cool. I'm so proud of me. I got the thing done. Yay! Happy me. Anyway, why don't we just kind of dive right into it? We left off yesterday, looking at the Orpheus Protocol, which I'm gonna pick up and hold to camera. Big beefy book over here. We were looking at this. We looked through the combat system. We did skip a few things. I did skip because it is complicated enough that I think it deserves. If I was going to run it, if I ever do run it, then I'll kind of play through it. But given the fact that it's unlikely I'll ever get to run it anytime soon, I was like, all right, I'm spending way too much time on this already. It's complex enough that it requires an investment. That said, I don't think it's over. Like, it's not a war game, right? It's not full tactical. It's still like, to a certain point, a certain level of theater of the mind, and just keeping combat to ranges and stuff. But there's enough going on there with the tactics and just enough fiddly bits. And hi, kitty. The cat is already. There we go. I think you saw her tail, the tip of her tail. Well, let me switch over here actually, so you can get a better view. There we go. Why is the curse? Why? Okay, I thought everything was fine. But it was not. It was okay. That's my cat's butthole on camera. Let's not, honey, not for free. Don't just go ahead giving the internet the full butthole for free. Okay, they need to pay for that. All right, look. We have rent to pay. If you're going to show the internet your butthole, my love, at the very least, make sure you're getting paid. Because you, my sweet feline, have expensive tastes. Your food, your cat food, is not cheap. And yet I get it for you anyway because it is high quality and you are my flesh and blood daughter and I would die for you. All right? So look, that's what I'm trying to say. You are a perfect, beautiful angel. You are God's perfect little hunter. And also my sweet baby. And you need to stop showing your butthole on the internet for free. All right? We'll get you an Only Tales or something. All right? We'll make it happen. I support you. Sex work is real work. All right? I do support you, but, there are times and places. Twitch has terms of service. All right? And I do not want... I cannot afford my sweet beloved feline to run afoul those terms of service by just having you just showing your whole butthole to the entire internet. All right, you save that for friends and OnlyFans, an OnlyFans supporter. Oh my god, you're being so cuddly even though I'm just here talking about your butthole. Hey, to whoever my one viewer is, I apologize for nothing. This is the best. Hey Phoenix, how you doing? I hope you've witnessed all of what's just been going on stream and my entire speech to my cat. Cat, you're getting everything tangled up. You are the best. I love you. I'm a professional. I'm a professional. Caught the end. Okay, well, good. That's exactly what my cat was trying to give to the internet. Her end. She stood there and stood in front of the camera, full butthole, inches away from the camera lens, just directly to it, and I had to gently pull her away and explain to her that she can't just give that shit away for free. She cannot just give that shit away for free. Okay? We need money. We need to make rent. And if she's gonna show her whole butthole to the internet, she needs to put it on OnlyFans. Monetize that butthole if you're gonna do that. All right, great. Thank you so much, sweetheart. That was our that was our intro to today's stream. Was a visit from my cat, and now we're back. We're doing the thing. Anyway, I did say yesterday, look, I do have a dice bag that is a Cthulhu dice bag. This was made. This is kind of beat up by now because it's several years old by now. The string that I had here is still here. See, it's kind of hidden. It'll also just like it doesn't really stay closed that well. And that's on me. I need to like get a little dingle hopper thing to kind of hold it closed. When you hold it close, it's actually a little bit better. So it is a little beat up. Because it's had it for years. But also, yeah, I've had it for years. I've taken it to conventions. It's taken a lot of beatings and still good. Still holds a whole bunch of dice. Still adorable. And again, I do not know. This is a Fandible forum member. By the way, I should shout out on Fandible. Hey, there we go. That's the podcast I'm on for anybody new to the stream. I did the best little podcast, the best longest running little podcast that nobody's ever fucking heard of. Once upon a time, I would have boasted that we were Annie nominated, but turns out that's not as big an honor as I thought it was. Anyway, the Fandible supporter and longtime friend, I believe they go on the Discord as Rave actually made these for us once upon a time. I do not know if they still make them, but I really should look up and see if they have a web store and plug it at some point, because they've been a supporter for a very long time. They have sent us some cool stuff like these little dice bags. And we are big fans of their work. So, anyway, now that I've done that, now that I've shown off the little dice bag for no reason other than I mentioned it yesterday and it was bugging me that I hadn't shown it on camera, I'm gonna kind of leave it there to kind of just hang out during the stream. Let's hop back to it, because today I'm super excited. I'm super excited about, despite the fact that I keep hemming and or hawing, I'm actually super excited about where we're going today, because we are looking at the archetypes. When's the next, by the way? When's the next? Okay, it's when we get to the Nephilim. Cool. So that's going to be a whole thing. Hi, Cat. Hi. Are we back? No, we're going by. All right. We're just taking a little trip. Okay. Anyway, to catch us up on where we left off yesterday, we looked at the first three archetypes that you can have. And by the way, at some point you do get to like have a second and or third archetype. I haven't quite noted where. Cat, seriously? I haven't quite noted where it says that in what we've seen, but it does, or where that is specifically defined, how you switch from one archetype to another. But the fact remains that apparently you can, because of the notes that we found for the first two archetypes, the soldier and the couple pages later, the cyborg, both of whom have a note saying soldier and or cyborg in this case is one of only two archetypes that may be taken as a third or fourth archetype, and it lacks a humanity loss rubric. Losing humanity as a soldier still leads to loss of player character unless a zero humanity, blah, 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 blah. But point is, apparently you can have two or even three or four. I'm guessing if you take like soldier as your third archetype and then cyborg as your fourth, or vice versa, right? But does that mean that then, going with the third archetype, right? which was the Draugr. Here we go, the Draugr, who are apparently humans that are bonded with Scandinavian cannibal spirits, which is, it's a choice. It's definitely a choice to go into for the type of supernatural beings that we go. That's the first one we meet, are just Scandinavian cannibal spirits that their unique mechanic, and it looks like every archetype has a unique mechanic, is hunger. Oh, you know what? I need to put this further up here. There we go. Hopefully a little bit better. Yeah, there we go. But their ability is basically the hungrier they are, the deadlier they are, the more damage they can do. They can consume the flesh of their enemies to restore their own health and to increase the damage that they do even further. They have ways to kind of bring the cold of the battlefield and winter to their enemies to control the battlefield, etc., etc. They have like some stealth abilities. Cool stuff. Hey, wait a minute, let me look a little closer. Oh, god damn it. Let me look at a better screen. I've got a tiny screen off so I can see when chat pops up. There we go. Both side. Yeah, so that's it. But I'm probably mispronouncing it, but I know that is a type of rock. So yay. Hey, welcome into the stream, friend. Glad to have you. So just to kind of catch you up, in case you haven't seen the previous streams, we are continuing our deep dive of the Orpheus Protocol. We've already gone through a lot of it. Yes, an aluminum-rich ore. There we go, bauxite. I think it's bauxite. That's as good as I'm going to get until I look it up anyway. But welcome in. So we're looking at the Orpheus Protocol. We already did a lot. We've already gone through the core system. We've gone through the core rules, how skills work. Really interestingly, by the way, is how skills work. I actually really like what they're doing, how combat works a lot. The game has surprised me in pleasant ways, in many ways, with how it deals with stuff like horror and sanity mechanics. I thought it didn't have any sanity mechanics. I thought it was all about horror. By the way, let me adjust this camera. I just realized now that it's cutting off part of the book. There we go. That should be hopefully a little better. Yeah, that is definitely a little better. But no, it does actually have some sanity mechanics, which are not bad compared to some of the more let's say less sensitive interpretations of how to deal with sanity. So overall, been very impressed with the game, but also been kind of surprised at how complex it is as a game, in the sense that it's doing so many things in new, interesting, and different ways from what's kind of traditional in some other games. That's not a bad thing, right? This is not necessarily, it is a criticism, but it's not a negative criticism. It is more of a comment in that while it's very cool, and I really actually so far have liked the mechanics of the system, they're so different that it's still like, I'm going to need buy-in from my players. I'm going to need to really spend the time explaining to them and make sure that they understand how the system works, why, where the balances lie and everything, so that they're able to play this properly. Because it is a game that it very much depends. It's not... Look, oh boy, I'm already getting derailed. But it's a separate conversation that we can have about separating system from gameplay, right? There are games where the less you engage with the system, the better. Which is, there's, again, that's a whole conversation that can be had. But I, especially as we've done these streams, am trying to take the game as it presents itself. And if the game wants you to use its mechanics, I'm working with it with the assumption that there is a reason behind that. And in fact, I very much fall on the on the spectrum of whether mechanics matter or mechanics don't matter. I very much fall on the spectrum of mechanics very much matter. In the sense that you can have really generic mechanics that are just like an abstraction of just doing a thing, your basic D20 kind of a system. Or you can have mechanics that specifically in the way they are, in the way you handle the pluses, the minuses, the dice that you roll, the dice types or dice numbers that you roll, and how those get affected by different things in the game, that it matters. It matters that the game is representing this aspect of itself mechanically in this particular way. And I think this is one of those games that kind of does that. Just to kind of go over it very quickly again to catch up anybody who is brand new to the stream and hasn't seen it. So the in a nutshell version of the mechanic is 3d6. That's it. That's all you roll ever. You will add your base stats. You have 6 base stats, very similar to the kind of strength, dexterity, intelligence, blah, blah, blah. The names of them, actually, can I bring them up quickly? Can I get to that page very quickly? I don't know. I might. Let's find out. Character creation. Ooh, we're so close. We're like 2 pages away. Okay, there we go. Perception, focus, dexterity, vitality, charisma, and willpower. Those are your base stats. When you roll, you're rolling 3 dice plus your base stat, but you're not rolling the d6s as d6s. You're rolling them as modifiers, as based on this core mechanic here. If you roll a 1 or a 2, it's a -1 to your score, 3 or 4 plus 0 to your score, 5 to 6 plus 1 to your score, which is why, despite the game never actually referencing fate dice, I would be doing now, but I can't. For the life, there they are. I was like, no, they aren't. Never mind. What did I do? Oh, wait, did I put them in dice jail yesterday? I did. I think I put them in dice jail. There they are. I've just been rolling fate dice because it's the same math. So the basic role in this game is your attribute plus this modifier. In this case, your attribute -1, your attribute +2, your attribute +3. That's a really good roll. It's like the best roll you can get. Holy shit, double crits basically on this one. But that's it. Which means that your attribute is you're never going to get a result more than 3 lower or 3 higher than your attribute at a basic level. There are, of course, more modifiers, skills that you do some really interesting things. They don't just add points to your score. They actually open doors to things you can do to manipulate this dice roll. That one just kept going, see that? But 90% of your dice rolls are going to be something along the lines of this, which is a 0. It's going to zero out. So most of the time, the number that you're hitting for things is just your base number. And that kind of matters. It makes it so that this is a very unswingy system. If you have a high stat in something, you have a high score in something, you're going to succeed. You're simply going to succeed a lot more within your range. Like, as long as you're hitting among your range, you're going to succeed a lot more. It's hard for you to get a full -3. It's hard for you to get a full +3. You're also but you're going to be limited in how far you can push just at a base level. Again, the game gives you lots of other options, and that matters in the sense that you can't, it's not, while the dice help set the situation, it's a little harder, it's a lot harder, or it's a little easier or a lot easier, but the dice are rarely the final determinant. You have, hopefully, with the right set of skills and being able to spend resources and everything, that's where it's going to matter more if you're able to actually adjust your roll to make it fail or succeed. And again, I think that matters systematically. It takes a lot of the randomness. So it still leaves a level of randomness. There's still a dice rolling that has to be there, but it emphasizes in knowing which bonuses to take, which skills to take, how to take advantage of certain skills, how to gain or spend their strain points, if their archetype, which is roughly analogous to your class in this game, if your archetype grants you specific abilities to manipulate this dice roll or to add anything to it. That's the system in a nutshell. Like I said, I think it matters because of how it makes it that it's not a very swingy system, that it's not just something that you might roll a d20, and even though you have a wild, it's going to make it so the results are not a wide range between 1 and 20. The results are going to be a range of +3 or -3 to your base score at the most. It's going to keep that within a very distinct range unless you do more to push it out with the rest of the system. Again, I think that matters. All right. So I think we're all caught up now. I think everybody now has a full understanding of how this game runs, surely. But we finally got to the interesting part, the fun part about, well, not the interesting, it's all interesting. It's been a good game overall. Look, all right, game again. Yeah, this is my reaction to the game for the most part right now. Just point and go, wow, I like most of what it's doing. But at the end of the day, I'm a fan of the bright and the shiny, and that is the character classes. That's where 99% of players go to anyway. What can I play in this game? And we finally got to it. Yesterday, we saw the first three. We saw the soldier. We saw, and by the way, you're going to see, if you stick around to the stream, you're going to see some wild options for archetypes in this game. You got your soldier and your cyborg to start with. Soldier is pretty straightforward. It's an all-rounder. You've got combat, you've got tactics, you've got even some investigation and stealth. Soldier is actually a really good one to pick up just on general principle based on the sort of the nature of this game. And then Cyborg is like, it's almost an all-combat upgrade, really. Like, the stuff that you can get as a Cyborg is primarily combat-related. You take more damage, you do more damage, you move faster, you hit better, etc., etc. And then we got to the first overtly supernatural, kind of skimming over the fact that cyborgs are kind of, sci-fi, but hey, we are playing basically an SCP game, and cyborgs are the least of its sins, and I say sins lovingly in this term, but it's the least of its sins based on what we're about to see. And we see our first glimpse of that with the Draugr, who are these humans that are bonded with Scandinavian cannibal spirits, and their whole thing is that they control the cold. They have a hunger mechanic. The hungrier they are, the more damage they deal. They can trigger the bleeding condition a lot better. Like they're just good at dealing bleeding wounds. And oh yeah, by the way, cannibals, they can eat people, enemies, flesh, delicious enemy flesh, and regain their hit points and gain more powers. But also, it's where we first get really properly introduced to the results of losing humanity. So in this game does track not your sanity, but your humanity. Starts at 100, certain things might bring it down, such as having certain levels of eldritch knowledge, or being non-human, being a strange creature who is bonded with, I don't know, a Scandinavian cannibal spirit, for example. For whatever reason, Soldier and Cyborg don't suffer from that. You can still lose humanity even if you're just a regular human, but it's through your actions. It's almost solely through your specific actions and choices, and we did actually take a look at that system in an earlier stream. But when you are a Draugr or something overtly supernatural, you are by nature inhuman. You will start to certain abilities that you have, certain powers that you have, will cost humanity to use. The other ones let you sort of invest humanity, in which case it's a whole mechanic with like compartmentalization and kind of becoming colder and sacrificing, or at least blocking off part of your humanity in order to gain a benefit, like pushing through pain or pushing through penalties. But for the supernatural stuff, when you do overtly crazily supernatural stuff, or just incredibly inhuman stuff, like for example cannibalism, like some hardcore cannibalism, oh boy, this is I'm sure YouTube is gonna love how this one works. By the way, sorry, I didn't have it on my screen. Okay, just wanted to. Oh well, crap. Himang, I don't know how long those messages were in. If you're still here, Himang over on YouTube, thank you as always so much for passing by and hanging out. I appreciate you. I really should have a better combined chat on the screen that I have when I'm doing the overhead here, but I wasn't able to see the YouTube's comments. I have them on the other screen, but I just saw them. Thanks as always for hanging out, buddy. I really appreciate when you stop by. Thank you for the well wishes. I hope I did catch you, and if I didn't, hopefully I'll get to say hi on the next stream that you drop by on. Thanks so much, buddy. Now I'll actually, I'll actually keep this over here so I can hopefully see them quicker next time a YouTube comment comes in. Multi-platform streaming is wild. Anyway, okay, so we saw our first Inhuman. We saw a whole table of what happens as you lose humanity. In a nutshell, for all of them, once you get to 0 humanity, you become an NPC. You effectively lose your character. It's just how the game is. So, well, we've got that. And now, that's where we cut off yesterday. We ran completely out of time because, well, boy, do I ramble and go on side tangents a lot. This is who I am as a person. But now we're back to it. And now we're seeing one of my personal favorite types of classes, the pet class, the Eminent in this case. The Eminent appears to be some kind of summoner class, and we'll get to it quickly, but they apparently are able to control thought forms. That is the THOUGHT, not THOT. Well, I think that's a separate character class. We'll get to that one later. So let's give it a read. But actually, before we do, let me kind of hold this up here because I know the shining light above is making it hard to appreciate the art. There we go. I think that's almost enough. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, it's hard because they are shiny pages, and I need an overhead to be able to see them. But it also makes it hard to show off the art when the page is so shiny, which is a shame because this book actually has some incredibly well done art for the archetypes for each one that we've seen so far. And you can see our Eminent example there with who's apparently sitting on stuff. Something eldritch. Let's learn about them, shall we? The Eminent. Some schools of thought have it that magic itself, magic here they spell with a CK, magic itself is nothing more than an exchange of energies between the world of thought and the world of the material. A deeper secret is that a bridge exists between these two realms, sought for centuries by mystics, ascetics, and the mad. The Eminent is one who has learned the truth of that bridge and can create it wherever they go, giving form to thought. The Eminent's thought forms take many shapes, aiding their creator autonomously and making an Eminent an army unto themselves. Now, let me be clear. I love pet classes, both in tabletop RPGs and in video games. Like if I'm playing like a Diablo, look, you give me a game that has some kind of pet class where I can have a small army, especially like necromancers. Big fan of necromancers for that. Anything where I can just kind of have a whole bunch of smaller pets and just go fuck that guy up, and then they all go and do that, and I kind of lay back and go like, all right, cool, I'll lob the occasional like dark bolt of eldritch lightning or whatever, and summon a new one if one of my little things gets destroyed or whatever. But otherwise I get to kind of lean back and just watch things happen. I am a lazy person at heart. And so I ache for the fantasy of just being able to lean back and let the supernatural forces at my control, at my fingertips, really do the heavy lifting. So immediately attracted to this character class. That said, I've been hurt before. Let's see if, now that it's gotten my hopes up, what the game actually delivers in terms of this class, or this archetype rather. So each archetype so far has had a unique mechanic, by the way. And let's actually, before we get to the Eminence, let's again go very quickly. Hey, Arbalest, how you doing? Class PTSD. Yo. Class game PTSD, honestly. Existence PTSD these days. Hey, Arbalest. Ni hao. ¿Qué pasa, habibi? How are you doing? But every archetype has a unique mechanic. The soldier had training discipline, which is basically extra points that they have that they can spend that come from their training to kind of push themselves and make their roles better. The cyborg's unique mechanic is predictive algorithm, which basically makes it so that the longer they are in combat against specific opponents, the better they get against those opponents, because their built-in systems can predict the opponent's moves better. The Draugur's unique mechanic, again, was that hunger mechanic, and as it grows, they do more damage. But not only do they do more damage, but the people around them seem to get infected by that hunger and also do more damage. And in fact, there's a whole note here about how if you get a whole bunch of Draugur together, they can kind of feed off each other's hunger. That's a poor choice of words, perhaps, for the cannibal spirits. But hey, accurate. and even inflict even more damage. Like, they are very deadly once that hunger has grown to a certain point. And now we have the unique mechanic for the Eminent. So it looks like everyone will have a unique thing that only they can do, which I'm a huge fan of. All right, if there's one thing that I do feel, okay, let's take a step back. I'm derailing myself from the derail already. I think it's important that classes not sort of dick step each other, right? Each if you have a selection of classes, a selection of character types, it is important that each one, at least to me, right, my opinion, P.S. everything said on these streams, of course, is purely my opinion. While I have been playing tabletop RPGs for literally my entire life, and as you can see by the whiteness in my beard, not a spring chicken, so I do have a substantial amount of experience. That said, I am not an authority, and my word is not the word of God, right? It's my just personal opinions on this. People may or may not agree, but my personal opinion is it's important that each character class have something. They don't need to be 100% everything about them is stuff that other people can't do, but there should be something. There should be some thing, some stuff, some action, some power, some resource, something that they can do that others simply cannot. And then tied to that, yes, there should be some level of overlap. If you only have one character class that can do the basics, right? Like just like basic healing, basic damage dealing, basic tanking, kind of that stuff, then you're going to run into problems where people will get left out. So there should be a lot of overlap between character classes in terms of basic capabilities, right? The way I kind of do and this is very, very informally in my head, but the way I like to think of it is, if you've got kind of your basic tabletop RPG / MMORPG trinity, right? Tank, healer, DPS, every character class should at least have a toe dipped into 2 of those. You don't need to have all 3, although you can have all-rounders. Like, for example, in this game, the soldier is kind of an all-rounder in those aspects. But at a default, at least, you should have 2 of the 3. You should have, like, some basic, like, tank and DPS, or tank and healer, or healer and DPS, kind of capabilities, like at least 2 of those. And then, like, all right, well, that means that you're broadly useful in multiple situations, while still, being able to be slightly specialized. And then on top of that, there should be something that you can do, either a specific power, set of powers, or something that you have access to that people that are in other classes, and in this game's case, archetypes, simply do not. I think this game does a decent job of that. I think because it separates your class, your archetype, from your job. So, for example, your archetype might be soldier, and it represents like a soldier's training and mental capacity and mental approaches, right? But separate from that, earlier in character creation, you have, kind of see it here. Where are they? These are the actual skills. Here we go. We have backgrounds. So you can have a combat veteran background, or an intelligence asset background, or a criminal background, or whatever, and that determines like your skills. That determines your history, right? So your archetypes determine like your core sort of capabilities, while your background represents what you've learned and the skills that you've learned and accumulated up until the character creation point, right? So in that sense, you can have that sort of mix of abilities, while still within the actual archetype, there is stuff that no one outside of that archetype is going to be able to see. Again, I think this game is handling that balance fairly well. All that to finally read about the unique mechanic for the Eminent. Eminent's unique mechanic is substance. Eminents must split their mind between their various thought forms to maintain their integrity, putting themselves at risk of becoming sluggish and distracted in high-stress situations. However, with sufficient mental discipline and concentration, the Eminent can imbue their thought forms with some inherent stability, partially relieving the burden on the Eminent's mind. Substance is generated in various ways by Eminent abilities and may be spent to augment the use of those abilities. An eminent may hold up to 3 substance at a time. Cool. I'm assuming that I'm assuming that we will get ways to gain substance through our powers shortly. Let's find out. So now we have a whole explanation on the thought forms for the eminent. Most eminent abilities allow you to manifest a particular type of thought form, but in order to manifest any thought forms, you must first open a metaphysical bridge between the conceptual world and the material. You may spend 4 initiative points. I'm not going to get into how initiative points work. We went over that in a previous stream, but if anybody has questions, of course, feel free to pop them on the chat, and I will do my best to address them as we go. But you must spend 4 initiative points to open your bridge as an action. Once open, your bridge remains open until the end of the round, or until you choose to close it, which you may do at any time. Each time you open your bridge, you may immediately use one of your thought form abilities without spending initiative points or contributing to the rushed condition. On each of your turns, if your bridge is open and you have spent at least 2 initiative points this round, not including overspending, again, whole mechanic to that. I agree what you said about classes and will not go into a rant about D&D classes. I mean, again, feel free to rant. Like, this is a safe space for ranting. But thanks. I'm glad you kind of get what I'm going for there, right? Like there should be some broad overlaps on basic utility so that it minimizes how leaving players feeling left out because of their character class choice in too many scenes. But also, again, if everybody can do the same things as everybody else, then what's the point in having that, right? So cool, we are on the same page. Let me wet my whistle again, because I think part of why my voice was so tired yesterday ending the stream was because I don't think I was hydrating often enough. So let's do that. Oh, Jesus Christ. I made a choice. I made a mistake. Stop it. I opened LinkedIn earlier today in a fit of depression, apparently, and I self-harmed today by opening up LinkedIn, and now the app is like, oh, you're paying attention to me again. Here's some announcements and notifications, and hey, would you like to? No, I would not. I have never liked to, and I would never will. God damn it, LinkedIn, shut up. Again, I did this to myself. This counts as self-harm. Don't open LinkedIn. Don't do that to yourself. Trust me on this. Let's keep learning about eminence. All right, not include overspending. Since the last time you manifested a thought form, you may spend 1 mental or spiritual strain to immediately use one of your thought form abilities without spending initiative points. Interesting. Interesting but complicated. Well, I'm going to try and walk through this once I finish reading this paragraph. This does not count as an action. It can happen in the middle of another action, and it can happen multiple times per turn, provided you spend enough initiative points during that turn. Initiative points spent opening your bridge or manifesting thought forms does not count towards the necessary expenditure of 2 initiative points to allow this effect. Okay, let's try and figure this out, because it's part of what I keep kind of like going on about with this game, that I like what it's doing, but what it's doing is complicated. So let's say this is our eminent. Here we go. We got a little dude on the book. That's how we do it. And let's say our little dude. So how did we handle initiative? I believe it's basically you have your base score. So let's say their base initiative score is a 4. So you start kind of with that 4. Then you make an initiative roll. So that's a -1. So now my starting initiative is 3. That's not great. We need more. We need a better stat. Let's just give this little creature 7 initiative points to work with. I want to work through this. Okay, so it says here, on each of your turns, if your bridge is open and you have spent at least... Each time you open your bridge, you may immediately use one of your thought form abilities without spending initiative points or contributing to the rushed condition. So, and the bridge stays open until the end of the round, or you choose to close it, which you may do at any time. So, first thing is open that bridge. That cost me 4 initiative points just to do that. Bridge is now open. However, since bridge is open, I get to immediately use one of my thought form abilities without spending initiative points, not spending additional initiative points or contributing to the rush condition. whole other thing. And then, in addition to that, on each of your turns, if your bridge is open and you have spent at least 2 initiative points this round, not including overspending. So you must first open, you must spend, bridge remains open until the end of the round or until you choose to close it. On each of your turns, if your bridge is open and you have spent at least 2 initiative points this round, not including overspending, since the last time you manifested a thought form, you may spend 1 mental or spiritual strain to immediately use one of your thought form's abilities without spending initiative points. This does not count as... Oh, okay. So you spend the 4, you open up your bridge, you get to use a thought form ability. It kind of, quote-unquote, for free. So whatever, we'll look at the thought form abilities shortly, I guess, and you did your thing. You spent your thought form ability. Now, if you wanted to do another thought form ability immediately, you could spend the initiative points that ability costs and just do it directly. But your bridge is still open. You opened it. It's still not the end of the round. You haven't actively closed it. It's still open. So while that is happening, you can, for example, spend an additional 2 initiative points on your turn, and since your gate is still open, you spent the initiative points on something else, punching a dude in the face. Let's say maybe there was a Nazi within punching distance, so you punch them, as one does. Cool. That'll cost you 2 initiative points. Honestly, house rule for my game, I'll give it to you for half price and spend 1. But for the point of this mechanic, you spent at least 2 more initiative points punching a Nazi. In addition to that, you now get to once again effectively, well, not this time for free. You have to spend either mental or spiritual strain. You have 3 pools of strain that you can spend to push things, and use yet another thought form ability. Cool. All right, so that's how that's happening. And then let's keep reading. But if this is going the way I think it is, that's a really elegant way of managing sort of a pet class and the extra things that a pet class can kind of do without... So here's my... As much as I say that I love pet classes in games, my criticism of pet classes, and I think part of why other players often groan when somebody comes into the table and plays a pet class, is because, oh no, when it's the necromancer's turn, who has a whole crew of 6 skeletons with him at all times, just because of the rules of the game, and we're gonna pick on D&D here because it's you can't, it's punching up. You can't really hurt D&D, all right? Some D&D fans may get worked up about it, but look, man, don't stop defending the big game, all right? The big game can take the hits, all right? It can, and again, look, if we want to get into it, I learned to read using D&D. I went on a whole rant yesterday about how much I sincerely love D&D, but also, anyway, point is, D&D's a big boy. It can take criticism. So in a game like D&D, and in so many others, right, if you have a lot of NPC pets and things, they each effectively get their own turn. So all of a sudden, when the necromancer with his crew of 6 skeletons just strolls into the club, in the club, we all undead, and says, okay, well, skeleton 1 does this, and then skeleton 2 does that, and then skeleton 3 does that, and then skeleton 4 does that, and each skeleton has their own turn and makes their own rolls and tries to hit or dodge or has a saving throw for some reason or whatever, right? And so, meanwhile, the bard player that rolled initiative just after the necromancer is just there, watching as the necromancer takes up 7 turns while every other player takes 1, right? It's not a great game experience for folks. This, though, given the logic behind it, given the fact that these pets are thought forms, they are connected to the Eminent's mind, the Eminent has to... Like, the things they can do are limited by how much energy, the eminent mental energy and mental attention the eminent can spend on them, and that this system seems to reflect that. It still gives you effectively free actions from your pets as you, as the eminent, are doing something else. The first thing is that big 4, so that's how they prevent you from being too crazy, right? There's like a 4 initiative point sink that happens at the beginning of your round by opening up that bridge, that quote-unquote bridge that they have. But once that's open and you have that connection to your thought forms, then you can go ahead and do something else. Spend those 2 or more initiative points, and also your thought form gets to do a thing. If you have a lot of initiative points, you can keep doing things, and also your pets are also doing things with you. I think that's a pretty elegant way of handling it. So let's keep reading. You may not have more than 5 thought forms in existence at any one time. If you would manifest a 6th thought form, you must either choose not to manifest that thought form, or choose one of your existing thought forms and dissipate it, extinguishing its existence in the material world. Your thought forms last for 1 minute outside of combat, or for 1 combat scene, unless you dissipate them first, or they are forced to dissipate by taking damage. At any time, you may choose to invest 2 spiritual and or mental strain to make a thought form permanent, meaning that you will not dissipate unless you voluntarily dissipate it or is forced to dissipate by taking damage. A permanent thought form may act autonomously, using their attributes and skills as needed to perform tasks set by you, which requires them to leave. Switch page. Your general vicinity. When one of your thought forms takes damage, you must roll a luck check. So a luck check is literally just 3 dice, and that's bad luck with 2 negatives, that's good luck with 2 positives, or that's slightly bad luck, or, if there's something like that, it's just not really a thing. So luck checks are basically just a simple balance check, and most of them are going to come out to 0, or just a 1, either way. Anyway, you throw a luck check. For every 10 damage the thought form takes in a single instance, the check suffers a -1 situational penalty. For each of your non-permanent thought forms, the check suffers an additional -1 situational penalty. On a result of -3 or lower, you must choose to either dissipate the thought form or spend 2 humanity and 2 mental and or spiritual strain. When you take 10 or more damage in one attack, after armor and similar damage reduction, but before spending strain to reduce damage, and for every 5 damage taken beyond 10 in the same attack, you must immediately dissipate one of your non-permanent thought forms. Thought forms do not have or use their own strain. Whenever one of your thought forms makes a check or sets a value, they may spend your strain, or if the appropriate type as allowed by their skills. Thought forms cannot spend strain to reduce the damage they take. They do not use their own initiative points unless they are acting autonomously and participating in a combat in which you are not involved. All right, cool. So basically, if it is possible to, I think the word they used was invest, right? Or, invest 2 spiritual or mental strain to make a thought form permanent, which basically means that if you, once the thought form kind of gets dissipated or destroyed, you get that back. But in the meantime, while it exists, that those points are effectively stored with the thought form. So you don't have access to them in the meantime. So I like that. Okay, so basically you can have them be non-permanent. It's kind of like created for the moment, connected to you, but you can also kind of like imbue them with a sense of permanence by imbuing some of your strain into them. And then at that point, they can kind of be their own thing. But even then, it says like they really only are their own thing if they're in a fight in which the eminent isn't present. Otherwise, follow the rules as written, where you're really only dealing with the eminent. I also like that you don't really have to keep track of damage on them. It's all about the hit in the moment. Every time they take a hit, that you roll a luck check, and on a -3 or lower, then it either dissipates or you have to spend more points to keep it. And I do like it. Again, there's a lot of good stuff here. It's like, oh yeah, and the more other thought forms that you have that you haven't invested into making them permanent, because since they're effectively actively connected to you and draining you, then that also imposes minuses on that roll, making it more likely that your other. So basically, the more thought forms you have out, the more fragile they become. That's how the system handles that. Same thing where when you take damage, your concentration might be broken and you might lose some of your thought forms. Again, I think the system really handles this provides these mechanics for you to go like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But at the same time, well, here we go. We had to kind of like read through it, figure it out, and go, I'm going to keep harping on this. Beautiful system, complicated system. All right, so let's look at the actual types of thought forms that we have. Okay, that we have going on, shall we? We have the disruptor thought form. I'm not going to go read the whole thing this time, or maybe I will. Who knows? Thought forms are apparently relatively complex. They have behaviors assigned to them. They have... Okay, so we've got disruptors. We've got guardians. We've got hunter-killers. What else we got? We got menders. And we got scouts. And then we got the Legion power, which looks kind of dope as fuck, actually. All right. Ooh. All right. So let's take a look. Let's take a look, actually. But I do. So it looks like the Eminent is kind of not all powerful. Sorry, all rounder rather. Let's actually go back a moment and see how the Eminents were described in the sort of the intro to the character classes, and compare that to what we see. Let's see. So, Eminence summon multiple pets with different specializations. Takes time to ramp up in combat, but builds to incredible action efficiency and mechanical versatility if not disrupted. Yeah, that actually makes perfect sense with what we've seen. Like, it takes time to ramp up. You have to spend spend the initiative points to open that bridge and start summoning out thought forms. But then once they're summoned out, yeah, like this whole action efficiency, you can keep doing other stuff and kind of get extra actions with the various thought forms that you have out. They have specific specializations, which means you're very adaptable, but also, like, yeah, you are disruptible. If you get hit, if they get hit, if you get lots of attacks, it can be harder to bring them up. Good, yeah, okay, good explanation, honestly. Well done, game. Let's actually see what their capabilities are. So, disruptor thought forms. The Eminent manifests a creature of pure thought, cunning and hindersome. Oh, sorry. The Eminent manifests a creature of pure thought, cunning and hindersome, to waylay and debilitate their foes. The look and effect of these creatures varies wildly from Eminent to Eminent. Behavior. If your disruptor thought form has an assigned target at the beginning of your turn, it moves up to one area towards a position from which it can make a ranged attack on the target. This movement does not require initiative points or actions, yada yada. Okay, we're not going to go through the whole system. There's a lot going on. But there is a whole, like, they're kind of little robots based on what I'm going here. It's like there's like straight up just if-then statements here. Like, if your disruptor has an assigned area at the beginning of your turn, then it moves up to one area towards a position where it can surveil and attack any entities which are in or might enter that area. Like, it's and it doesn't cost initiative points or actions, etc., etc. Disruptor reaches destination at the end of your turn. Like, it's just you summon them and they just kind of start doing things, which I guess is part of their whole action, what they're saying, like action point or initiative point economy that is going. It's like once they're out, they start doing things separately from your character's direct choices. They just kind of follow their behavior, their built-in behavior, which is cool, but again, also makes them like there's a whole algorithm that you have to run through to see what it does by default on any, including like a description of attacks, description of like what happens if it doesn't have an assigned target, etc. Like, it is, for somebody who doesn't like playing real-time strategy games, I've said this before, it's one of my blind spots I don't like that term. One of my I'm just lacking in that area. Like, it's just one of my areas where I am not super into it in terms of gaming. Just never been into real-time strategy, just strategy games in general, like combat strategy. And yet, I love pet classes, and this already, just from the first one here, feels like a real-time strategy. Like you deploy a unit, and then the unit is kind of like following its steps. But on top of that, you do have specific abilities. So rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, the mastery abilities. So let's kind of look at what those are. So at rank 1, you can spend 4 initiative points to manifest a disruptor thought form anywhere in your line of sight with attributes equal to your focus -2, stealth, dodge, range attack, and athletics skills at rank C. Okay, so rank 1 just means that's the kind of disruptor you get. Rank 2 disruptor functions the same as rank 1, but the disruptor's attributes are equal to your focus -1. Okay, so basically better stats. Rank 3 is a passive. Once per scene, you may gain 3 temporary strain, which your disruptor may spend, but you may not. Okay, cool. So basically at rank 3, your disruptor now has even more power and more stuff. And then once you mastered it, first time an entity is hit by your disruptor's range attack each round, it must check against daze. That's nice. Or if a mastery B, if an entity is hit by your disruptor's range attack, its next movement action costs 1 additional initiative point. So basically slow enemies down. And finally, the overload ability. On your turn, spend 1 humanity for each of your nearby disruptor thought forms. Each of your nearby disruptors immediately makes 1 ranged attack against its assigned target or against 1 entity of your choice. After these attacks have been made, you may choose to voluntarily dissipate any of the disruptors. If you do, each entity that has been hit by a ranged attack from any of your disruptors this round immediately suffers the following effects based on the number of disruptors you dissipate. So basically, it's like again, your overload attack. Like they can all just attack, and then you can kind of sacrifice them to bump up those attacks and have like inflict severe daze, make them lose initiative points and stuff. Cool. And here we got actual mention of substance. I was wondering when we would get some more of that. Gain 1 substance when any of your disruptor thought forms hits with a ranged attack. When one of your nearby disruptors takes damage, you may spend 1 substance to ignore the luck check. So basically, they can take a hit, you can spend substance to keep them around. You may invest 1 substance, reducing the maximum substance you can hold by 1, to choose one of your disruptors to become much more hindersome. So basically bump up or buff up rather your thought form. The first time it hits an enemy with its ranged attack each round, then it loses 1 initiative points. Its thought form is visibly more graceful and confident, or just more horrible than its counterparts. When the effect persists, you may cancel this effect at any time on your turn, making the invested substance again available to gain. Okay, again, there's a lot of keeping track of things now on top of everything else that I'm keeping track of as an eminent player. I'm also keeping track of substance. I guess it's a good thing that they kind of cap it at 3. And so I have to keep track that when my disruptor hits an enemy with a range attack, I gain a substance, what I can do with them, what I can invest. Oh, did I invest the substance in this thing? Again, another thing to keep track of, but stuff that makes sense. I like it. This is just one type. We're going to get to the other ones, but you know when we're going to get to them? Those of you who've been around a while know what's coming. It's ad time, folks. It's ad time because I'm getting that little yellow banner on my chat that says it's ad time. So, hey, folks, bear with us. I know the ads are stressful and dangerous, and I, for one, not a fan, despite my clear preference for capitalism, sure, but despite that, it's just this the price we pay to be live and present on the Twitchiest of all sites. So, folks, bear with us. It's going to be 3 minutes. You can step away. You can take a bathroom break. I certainly am. And we'll be back in 3 minutes after we return from the ad zone. All right, folks, bear with us once again. And as always, we will be right back. And I do believe we're back. Thanks so much to everyone who stayed strong and stayed through your visit through the ad zone. For those of you who had to drop off due to exposure to ads being just absolutely allergy causing, I do not blame you. I do not blame you. I will say there are ways to mitigate that. One way, of course, is as our good friend and follower Bathan from yesterday did by subscribing to the stream, which is dope as fuck. And sure, easy peasy, beautiful. CoverGirl, go ahead and subscribe. And if you do that, I still take the 3-minute breaks because I'm human, and 3-minute breaks are a human thing to do. But instead of ads, you get to see a selection of leftist memes. Or option number 2, which I honestly recommend even more than subscribing to me, is of course to tear it all down. Of course, the option number 2, as in all things, really is revolution. Gather all your friends, family, neighbors, and just break down these systems of capitalism and oppression that bring us all down. And then you probably won't have to see any more ads on my streams if you do that. So these are your options. These are 2 equally easy to achieve options. Have your pick. Or otherwise, I guess we could also deal with the ads. Honestly, I like option number 2 much better. And if anybody's doing that, please let me know. Please just drop it on chat if we are in fact starting the revolution. I am already strongly tempted and maybe in the path of tear it down. Good. Here we go. The revolution, when the history books are written, they would say, where did the revolution start? Oh, it started on a tabletop RPG live stream. That's where it started. Hey, we're back to the overheads. And we are continuing to look at some thought forms. THOUGHT forms. So looks like the disruptors are kind of your distance attackers. They do some damage, but also they slow people down. Cool. They fuck people up. They make things annoying for others. Excellent. So these are your long distance kind of crowd control thought forms. And now we have the Guardian thought forms. The Eminent manifests a creature of pure thought, sturdy and vigilant, to protect themselves and their allies. The look and affect of these creatures varies wildly from eminent to eminent. Oh, sorry, give me a second. It's important to me that I am able to see the stream running. There we go. Cool. So they have their own behavior. If your Guardian thought form has an assigned ward, so instead of a target, they have a ward, something that they're protecting, at the beginning of your turn, it moves up to one area towards this ward in order to stay close. So basically, you set them to guard an area, and then you've got the whole thing with what they do, etc., etc. So what can you do at the various ranks? So you rank 1 Guardian Thought Form, spends 4 initiative points, manifest a Guardian Thought Form anywhere in your line of sight. Attributes equal to your focus, -2, awareness, athletics, dodge, and melee attack skills at rank C, +3 ability bonus to its defenses. When it takes damage, determine whether you must make a luck check as well as penalty that luck check, as though the Thought Form had taken 10 less damage than it did. Okay, wait. Than it did. By the way, why did I say deed that way? I don't know. Anyway, wait, that's a lot. That's a lot, okay? Because if you only have the 1 Guardian out, right? That's no modifiers for having other thought forms out, etc., right? If you only have a Guardian out, that means if it takes damage, determine whether you must make a luck check as well as a penalty to that luck check, as though the thought form had taken 10 less damage than it did. So I'm guessing that means that 10 damage or less, you don't even make the check if you're a Guardian thought form. And then anything above 10 to up the way up to 20. So basically, it's just -10. Like whatever damage you take, do -10. If there's any left over, then you do the luck check. That's a lot. Like 20 damage in 1 hit is a lot. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I kind of went off on a small disassociation there, just thinking of just have a couple of Guardians in front of me. Nobody can fucking hurt me. Hell yeah. Let's see here. So rank 2, some functions the same as rank 1, except your Guardians attributes are okay. So basically, better attributes, better skills. Rank 3 is passive. Then once per scene, you can gain 3 temporary strain. Okay, so basically same thing So the first 3 ranks, let me see. Let's actually kind of skip forward a bit and see if that's true. Yeah. So it looks like the first 3 ranks for all thought forms are the basics. The Mender has something extra. Okay, there's some minor extra things here and there, but kind of as a default, it is, except, okay, once we get to Legion, that's a whole separate power. But the other ones, basically, the first 3 ranks are all kind of the same thing. Rank 1 lets you summon it, rank 2 lets you make a better version of it, and rank 3 gives you a passive ability in which your thought form now has X amount of, temporary strain that it can spend to be itself harder. And then the 2 masteries and overloads. So the masteries on the Disruptor were that so basically now these are going to be more unique, right? For the Disruptor, it was that it can basically slow people down, daze people. So let's see. For the Guardian, Mastery A is when the Guardian successfully parries a melee attack, the attacker is dealt 1d3 damage for each degree of failure in its attack check. Nice. And Mastery B, when your Guardian dissipates, its ward gains +1 effective toughness for the purpose of reducing damage with strain on the next instance of damage they take this round. Wow, that's nice. So even after death, quote unquote, they still they grant a level of protection to their ward. I like that. I like that. Also, I just thought you should have a Full Metal Alchemist style soundtrack going into and out of ads. That's actually not the worst idea. I've been meaning to do. I've got the We'll Be Right Back, right, which kind of goes into ads. But I also thought of either that one, either the Full Metal Alchemist style soundtrack, the sound thing, or I like that I Will Be Right Back, but I do also kind of and I think I had that set up a long time ago, the sort of the JoJo To Be Continued one. But that one I think is more of a gag one, really. But yeah, I would actually set those up. That would require time to figure out exactly which ones I should do, but damn, that does sound like a fun little project, actually. You know what? Let me write that down, because otherwise I will not actually do it, and I think that's a good idea. So watch me from profile. There we go. My aquiline. Is my nose aquiline? I don't think that's what that word means. I don't think I have an aquiline nose. I have kind of a bumpy nose. I don't know. Anyway, let me make a quick note on that. Derails forever. # or something. Actually, I just realized that this book, there we go, that's where it needs to be. Here we go. Yeah, make a quick note here, and it's here we go. And let's add on my to-do list, FMA style and entry points for ads on stream, because yes, I think that's actually a really good idea, and I have some ideas on how to make that happen. There, I did it. I took a note. Look at me being absolutely organized. Yeah, that's not the word I was looking for, but it's a word I'm gonna take. Hydrate. So what's the overload ability for Guardians? I wonder, because for the Disruptors, it's basically fuck you up from afar. The Guardian, the overload is that at any time, spend 1 humanity for each of your nearby Guardians. Each rushes to your aid, reducing the damage of an incoming attack against you by 10 and immediately dissipating. When the damage against attack's damage is fully nullified, no more Guardians are dissipated in this way. If you have Mastery A and the attack being affected by this overload was a melee attack, the attacker takes 2d30 damage per thought form that dissipates as a result of this overload. If you have Mastery B and at least 1 thought form was dissipated by this overload, you gain an additional +2 effective toughness for reducing damage, yada yada yada. Okay, so basically it's a full to me, Gondor calls for aid kind of situation with the overload, where they will come in and just take the hit for you. Dope. And how do you gain substance when you've got a guardian? Gain 1 substance whenever any of your guardians successfully defends its ward against an attack. One of your nearby guardians takes damage. You may spend 1 substance to ignore the luck check. You may invest a substance to make your guardian even more vigilant and protective, giving it a +3 tactics bonus to both vigilance and its defenses. Guardians visibly more energetic, imposing, or otherwise impressive, yada, yada, yada. Okay, cool. Cool. So again, very focused on the role that each Guardian has, but already as a single character now, you have ranged attacks and crowd control. You have close-up defense. You have hunter-killers. Now, let's see, the third type of thought form for the Eminent. The Eminent manifests a creature of pure thought, stealthy and lethal, to hunt and destroy their foes. All right, so let's look at real quick at the behavior. If your hunter-killer thought form has an assigned target at the beginning of the turn, it moves up, yada, yada, yada. So it goes up to your target and then tries to do a melee attack. Its attacks are always unarmed, deal +4/4 damage. Ignore half of the target's armor and damage reduction, both physical and magical. These attacks count as your choice of physical, magical, or both. Thought form. Okay, so this is your hardcore DPS thought form. This is the one that fucks people up, really. Up close, right? It rushes up to them and hurts. May only make 1 such melee attack per round unless you spend your initiative points or use your overload to have it make more. But it continues to move towards target on each of your turns. If there's ever any question about precisely where your hunter killer ends its movements, blah blah blah. Okay, yada yada. It's the target. So that's the basic behavior. Again, rank 1, 2, and 3. Create it, make it better, give it points so it can be more flexible. Mastery. When your hunter-killer... Oh, why is my... There we go. My whole thing is just kind of moving there. Sorry, Mastery A. When your hunter-killer hits an entity with a melee attack, that entity suffers -1 effective toughness. Oh, so basically armor rending. And Mastery B, your hunter-killer's melee attacks cause breakdown in addition to bleeding. Ooh. Like, not only will it make you bleed, but the attack is so horrible it can cause a mental breakdown added. That's kind of wild. And let's see here. Overload. On your next turn, spend 1 humanity for each of your nearby hunter killers. Immediately make a stealth check for 1 hunter killer, which counts for all your hunter killers, against the vigilance of all enemies in their lines of sight, counting as being stealth against those they beat on this check. Each hunter killer immediately makes 1 attack against its assigned target, so long as it is able to do so. If attacking from stealth, their target counts as surprise. These attacks do not count against thought forms attacks per round. Okay, wow, so that's kind of like a spend 1 humanity per each hunter killer, sure. So you can have 1, 2, up to 5. But then as many as you have out, you make a single stealth check. If they succeed, they all get to make... I mean, even if they succeed, they all get to make an attack anyway. But if the first one succeeds on stealth, they all make an attack from stealth on their targets. That's kind of wild. I like it. They gain substance whenever they hit with a melee attack. You can invest your substance to make them deal even more damage, up to a +6/6. Ooh, I like that. Okay, so again, pure close-up DPS on the hunter killers. Mender, these are your healers. And you've got a full party with an Eminent. Mender thought form. The Eminent manifests a creature of pure thought, nurturing and salutary, to heal and support them and their allies. The look and effect of these creatures, yada yada. Okay, so behavior. If your Mender thought form has an assigned ward at the beginning, so you assign it somebody, they are going to go up to them and they're going to make first aid checks to try and heal them. Cool. And you can also spend initiative points to have the Mender heal its ward directly, besides just using first aid. So let's see, ranks 1, 2, and 3. Create, make it better, give it strain, but also at rank 2. It also heals more. It heals a little bit more, 1d3 +1 instead of just 1d3. And then the mastery levels. Mastery A, when your Mender heals its ward, the ward also regains 1 strain of each type. Not bad. Mastery B, the first time an entity is healed by one of your Mender thought forms each adventure, reduce the severity of all their injury-based conditions by 1. This cannot fully eliminate the penalties imposed by condition, and the debilitating injury penalties are immune to this effect. Okay, so basically just better healing. What is the overload for the Menders? 1 on your turn, spend 1 humanity for each nearby Mender thought form. You immediately heal each of your Mender's wards for 1d3 +1 damage of any type per Mender assigned to them. You may dissipate a Mender as an additional As this is happening to heal the ward for an additional 1d3+1. Okay, so basically like a mass heal kind of thing. Interesting. You gain substance whenever your mender heals. So I like that. You gain substance by having your thought form do the thing that it was created to do. That gives you substance that then you can reinvest into the mender, into the thought form to keep it going. Nice little loop. I like that. And then is this the final one? Well, the final one, because after that it's Legion. The Scout thought form. The Eminent manifests a creature of pure thought, stealthy and fleet, to surveil and shadow their foes. The look and affect of these creatures, yada yada. Okay. So your Scout thought form gets a target assigned. It moves up to that area. It moves there as much as it can. Scout can fly, climb walls, and pass without difficulty through any opening that would emit a gas. Ooh. So it's basically, and it always tries to remain hidden from enemies, making stealth checks esteemed, yada, yada, yada. You can see through your Scout's eyes, and you instantly perceive anything that it perceives. In addition, you may spend 2 initiative points defensively to immediately make all your allies in your general vicinity aware of any threats that have been detected by any of your Scouts. Interesting. I like that. I like that. So you send the Scout, your secret thought form Scout forward. They sneak in, they go through walls, they go through holes, anything that a gas could get through, they can get through. They stay hidden, they stay on target, and once they detect danger, which you see through your eyes, you can in fact just kind of like, what was it? Spend some initiative points defensively to immediately make all allies in general vicinity aware of any threats that have been detected by any of your Scouts. Like the moment they see enemies, you kind of just send a ping to the rest of your group. You go like, hey, enemy detected. Here's where they are. Here's what I saw. Cool. You may direct a permanent Scout to follow and surveil specifics. So you can send them to be little spies, make them permanent, and then send them to follow somebody autonomously. Very cool. All right, and then the ranks as usual, although it also gets some extra bonuses to vigilance, awareness, athletics, and stealth checks. I like that. It's mostly going to be stealthing, so it gets bonuses to being stealthy. And then Mastery A, your other thought forms gain a +1 ability bonus to attacks against entities being observed by your Scouts. Oh, that's cool. So they kind of passively, I mean, once you get Mastery A anyway, they passively buff the rest of them. Like you can set one of them to kind of like fly over the battlefield, keeping an eye on everybody, and then your other thought forms get a bonus, get a +1 little bonus to their attacks because the Scout is keeping an eye on them. Your Guardian thought forms also get a +1 ability bonus to defenses against attacks from those entities. That's really cool, actually. And then Mastery B, you gain a +1 ability bonus to defenses stacks against attacks by entities observed. Okay, so basically, Mastery A lets you do more damage against stuff that your Scout is keeping an eye on. Mastery B lets you defend yourself better against things that your Scout is keeping an eye on. Cool. And then the Overload is... Wait. For the rest of the scene, anytime you are not in your line of sight, attacked on the scene, you may dissipate a number of skills. Is the target most? Ah, cool. Okay, so if you have multiple of them, you can first spend 1 humanity per each of them that you have. First thing that happens is you're no longer surprised if you were surprised. And then for the rest of the scene, you kind of sacrifice them when needed to give people better defenses. Okay, interesting. Kind of tricky to use, but I like it. And it's like, yeah, you can kind of see that going like, oh yeah, because the Scout sees, from different angles and everything. Okay. And then you get substance. So how does these guys get substance? Anytime they successfully kind of stealth. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, either way. Anytime they successfully spot somebody who was trying to sneak up, or anytime they sneak up, you get substance. That's cool. And then you can invest substance to make them even sneakier. All right, yeah, solid. So again, I see the themes, I see the general ways they're doing it. I think it's handled pretty well. You've got dedicated thought forms for different roles, and they are very well focused on the roles that they are, but you also, if you have access to enough of them, you're very versatile as a character. And then Legion, this is kind of like the final power here for the Eminent. The Eminent fuses their own body and soul with their thought forms, taking on some of their characteristics and assuming a powerful new form. The look and effect of this form. Okay, so this is like you bonding with your thought form. So rank 1, you spend 1 initiative point and dissipate all your current thought forms. You gain each of the following benefits. So long as you dissipate at least one thought form of the associated type, the benefits last for the rest of the scene or until you voluntarily cancel them, which you may do at any time. So in theory, if you've summoned all 5 thought forms, which is your max that you can ever do, 5 thought forms at a time, if you have all 5 out, and then when you use Legion, you're going to get everything on this list, sounds like. Which, dope. I'm not going to say that's not dope. Hell yeah. Let's see what it gives you. Okay, so the Hunter Killer gives you melee attack unarmed skill at rank B, or gain 1 rank if you already have it at rank B or better. You do damage, so basically you get like Shadow Claws or Thought Form Claws, I guess, as you do more damage, ignore armor and stuff, and the damage counts as however you want it. The Guardian gives you 2 damage reduction against all sources, and +1 effective toughness, acuity, and force of will. Makes you tougher, gives you effectively damage reduction. The Scout gives you sharpens your senses, gives you +3 to vigilance, and +1 ability bonus to attacks and defenses. So everything else here is getting stacked on. The Mender immediately heals some stuff at the end of each round. This lasts the whole scene. Okay, I see what they mean about taking some time to ramp up, but once you do, that's wild. You may not be healed more than 3 times a day in this way. Okay, so it does run out after 3 rounds, but still. And then your Disruptor gives you a range attack skill of your choice at rank B, or gain 1 rank if you already have it at rank B or higher. When you hit with a ranged attack, you choose whether the target must immediately cease all movement. So basically you gain like some of the fuck you up from afar stuff. Yeah. Okay, so this is wild. Like imagine, again, you are an Eminent. It's taken you a while. Right? You have to have spent, I guess, at least 5 rounds getting every single type of thought form out. But if you have the full set, collect them all, gotta catch them all, really. You then get to basically bring them into yourself, and you are a monster. This isn't even my final form, though, because rank 2 gives you all that stuff, but even more. Rank 2 gives you more damage. Rank 2 gives you helps you resist against more damage. Gives you even more bonuses to attacks and defenses. Lets you heal even more. Lets you fuck people from afar even more. Like good stuff. Okay, so what's rank 3? When you use rank 1 or rank 2 of this ability, you gain the benefits associated with each type of thought form that has dissipated while under your control at any time earlier in that day. In addition to the benefits associated with each type of thought form that you dissipate for this ability. Yo! Okay, now that's that. Okay, rank 3 is wild, because that means if earlier in the day you summoned a Hunter, Killer, and a Guardian, and then in this combat you've only summoned a Scout, a Mender, and a Disruptor, and then you on the 3rd round you do the Legion thing and you bring them in, you still also get the Hunter, Killer, and Guardian stuff because you had summoned them at some point earlier in the day, even if they're not out and active right now. That's kind of wild. That's wild. Wow. Okay, I like that. I'm really impressed. Again, it's gonna get another one. I'm really happy about this. I did say I love pet classes. As Arbalest said, I've got class PTSD. I've been hurt before. Gunslinger, don't even. Yeah, I am loving what I'm seeing here. This makes does it seem almost a little bit OP? Maybe. But we've seen some really cool stuff with the other archetypes, and we're going to see some even cooler stuff, I think, with others. Yeah, right, Gunslinger. But yeah, I'm okay. So far, I'm really pleased with this. Just from a class fantasy point of view, like it really does all the things that I would want a pet class to do. It's got all the flexibility, all the various main things that I want it to do, and then some. I really like this. All right, so Mastery A, when you use rank 1 or rank 2, gain 2 temporary strain for each different type of thought form you dissipate for this. Woo, so Mastery A, you could gain up to 10 temporary strain, which is a lot. It's really good. It's really good. Mastery B, whenever you use rank 1 or rank 2, you may force all entities in your area to check athletics dexterity against your discipline focus. Each entity which fails takes 1d3 physical damage for each thought form you dissipate for this. So basically, Mastery B would instead be... I kind of like Mastery A better. Mastery B is still kind of cool because it's like a sort of thought form Nova. Like as you pull them into you, your enemies kind of get damaged as that happens. It's still very cool. I like Mastery B better just because the strain points are just broadly useful, but also, you know, to paraphrase again one of my favorite podcasts, not Fandible. Fandible are okay. Quick shout out to the podcast that I have been on for years and years now. But one of my favorite podcasts, Explorers Wanted, they have a thing where like they say like, you know, in this house we are an extra damage home, and because the cipher system in joke. Anyway, point is, this is also an extra damage home. I will not turn away doing damage to all my enemies. This overload version of this: spend 5 humanity, use any known rank of this ability at no additional humanity cost. When the effect ends, all of the thought forms dissipated by this ability are restored with any invested substance intact. If you have rank 3 of this ability, you gain 3 temporary strain, which your thought forms may spend, but you may not. You gain 1 substance just by using the ability, and when the effect ends, you may spend any number of substance. If you do, your bridge becomes open if it was not open already, and you may use one of your thought form abilities immediately. So basically, you keep rolling into it. All right. Overall, I, again, really like this. It takes, as the description said, takes a while to build up, but as you build up, you can be a real powerhouse. And then we've got a little humanity loss table on the next page. So at humanity anywhere from 100 to 76, you seem a bit distracted much of the time, but has a tendency to confer with imaginary friends. From 51 to 75 humanity, subject must fight hard to remember that other people cannot perceive their unmanifested thought forms. From 26 to 50 humanity, subject is disinterested in interacting with others, except when absolutely necessary, preferring the company of their thought forms, both manifested and unmanifested. From 1 humanity to 25, the subject's thought forms, both manifested and unmanifested, often communicate telepathically with all entities around them, sharing the eminent's thoughts in an unrestrained way. They can keep quiet in high-stakes stealth situations, however. And at 0 humanity, the subject becomes one with their thought forms, their essence abandoning their physical body. Significant psychic and eldritch care is required to retrieve them. Okay, cool. I like it. So a real overall quick mini review. Complicated class because as a pet class should be, but also like, yeah, the levels of like a single eminent can really, given enough time, if they're not disrupted, yeah, they can be very powerful, and I really like that. Let's move on to the next. That was basically the entire. Woof. That was a lot with the Eminent, because that was the entire first half hour of this this section of the stream, was just going through the last, because we actually started before the ad break. That was a lot. That's a lot. Let's see. Will we go any faster with the... Oh. Stop. Okay, will we go any faster with the others? I don't know, but I dropped the dice. There we go. Let's see. I don't think we're going to go much faster because the next one in line is the Hermeticist, a wizard, basically, and you get some kind of flexible, unique mechanic is quintessence. I'm guessing we get some level of flexible spellcasting. Let's see what that's about. So the Hermeticist, Hermes oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so bad at pronouncing Hermes' last name. Trismegistus. I don't know, Hermes. We're just going to call it Hermes. That's why they're called Hermeticists and not Trismegistists, because no manner of secret society would have survived the absolute inability for anybody to pronounce the name of the secret society. Although, again, if you do want to keep your secret society particularly secret, just make it unpronounceable. It's also a fair way of doing that, I suppose. Let me not yuck your job if that's really what you want out of life, is for to be the secretest of all secret things. Well, that's an extra step you can take. Add some friction. All right. Hermes, a syncretic fusion of Hermes and Thoth. Oh, so Hermes Trismegistus is a syncretic fusion of Hermes and Thoth, credited with scribing the Emerald Tablet, which revealed the foundational disciplines of theurgy, astrology, and alchemy. This god, who wandered the ancient earth in human guise in search of knowledge, is thought to have been the first to master the secrets of the prima materia and complete the magnum opus, giving form to the first philosopher's stone and achieving earthly immortality. The mystical sciences founded by Hermes Trismegistus have been thought, learned, and advanced through the centuries, and Hermeticists, though still very rare within the ranks of Orpheus, represent the most recruited magical resource in the organization. So, your unique mechanic as a Hermeticist is quintessence. Hermetic abilities conditionally generate quintessence, the mythic fifth alchemical element. A Hermeticist can manipulate quintessence to greatly empower their abilities. However, the fleeting nature of quintessence makes it difficult to handle. At the end of each round, if the Hermeticist is holding more than one quintessence, they risk losing all quintessence, as seen on the following table. So if you have 2 quintessence, at the end of your round, you roll a luck check. On a negative result, you lose all of it. 3 quintessence, you roll a luck check. On a non-positive result, all quintessence is lost. So basically, luck check, again, 3 dice. That's a positive result. That's also a positive result. That is a non-negative result. It's a 0. But still, if you have 3 quintessence, you lose it. That's a positive result. Okay, if you reach 4 quintessence, all quintessence is immediately lost rather than checking at round's end. All right, so basically, if you hold too much, you lose it all. So it's a balancing act. Interesting. A note on item abilities. When an archetype ability functions as an item, the item created can be carried and used by anyone unless otherwise stated, which is probably a point because they did mention alchemy. So I guess it sounds like the Hermeticist, rather than being... So the 3 things they did is theurgy, astrology, and alchemy. So a bit of crafting, and I wonder what these are all about. Let's find out, shall we? Okay, so your first ability is Alchemist's Fire. The Hermeticist crafts a powerful magical accelerant that violently explodes in contact with the air, dousing the area in eldritch flames. Okay, so the first thing, I thought this was going to be more of a crafting thing. The first thing we have is just like, set shit on fire. Fireball, really. Which, I did say that we're wizards, right? So rank 1 takes 1d3. Okay, so it is Alchemist, though. Okay, so you're basically, it's magical Molotovs is what this is. Takes 1d3 hours to craft, humanity is spent out of combat, and Alchemist's Fire functions as an item. To use the item, make a ranged attack using athletics, spending 2 initiative points and targeting an area up to 1 area away. The attack targets all entities in the target area. On a hit, an entity immediately suffers from the burning status effect at the burning level of severity. And we did see those in combat, the burning status effect, and how that works. It's kind of wild. It's kind of brutal, actually. So even more than the damage, really, it's that status effect, especially at the higher levels. Rank 2, take 1d3 hours to craft, humanity spent out of combat. Alchemist's Fire functions as an item. To use the item, make a ranged attack, spend 2 initiative points, yada yada, and it goes to severe burning. Rank 3 is a passive. When an entity in your line of sight that was burning due to your Alchemist's Fire is extinguished, you may spend 2 spiritual strain on 1 humanity. If you do, the entity immediately begins burning again. Oh, that's mean. That's just mean. So basically, you throw your magical Molotov, set somebody on fire, they get doused, and you go like, no, I said burn. And they catch on fire again. That's mean. I like it. Mastery A of Alchemist Fire, your metaphysical control over the magical flames becomes more fine. When an Alchemist Fire you crafted goes off, you may prevent it from affecting entities of your choice in its area, spending 1 mental or spiritual strain per entity. Okay, so Mastery A lets you do the I cast Fireball, but I don't actually target my party members, which, appreciated. Mastery B, the flames are imbued with an become ungovernable lust for destruction. When Alchemist Fire you crafted goes off, you may encourage it to seek out entities of your choice in its area, spending 1 mental or spiritual strain and 1 humanity per entity to apply -2 ability penalty to the defense check or value they use to avoid the fire. Cool. So Mastery A lets you protect your friends. Mastery B lets you make the fire extra mean and hungry. And then your Overload, spend 3 humanity, 4 initiative points, and destroy 1 Alchemist Fire to throw a massive fireball. There it is. Make a ranged attack with athletics against a target in line of sight, dealing an additional damage of 2d30 if the destroyed fire is rank 1, or 3d30 if it is rank 2. This damage counts as magical and can be prevented only by magic or a memento mori. If your target is hit, they immediately suffer from the burning status effect at severe burning, yada yada yada. So just big fireball. You gain 1 quintessence on inflicting the burning status effect with Alchemist Fire, a maximum of once per use. Gain 1 quintessence on an entity taking round end burning damage, a maximum of once per use or once per round. You may spend 1 quintessence to add 1d3 to hit with the ranged attack check to hit with this ability, ignoring modifier limits. This bonus cannot stack with itself. So basically, magical Molotovs, throw them, set the people on fire. The more people that you already have on fire, the more quintessence you have, the more of it you can spend to make your additional Molotov cocktails even more likely to smash into somebody's face before setting them into all kinds of pain. Okay, so I'm sorry, Hermeticist. I'm sorry, Mr. Trismegistus. I'm gonna keep saying it that way. Sorry, Mr. Trismegistus. I was not aware of your game. I thought you were a utility caster. In fact, let's do what we did for the other one and go back just for a moment and see how the book actually. So, was my initial impression they were more utility casters? Justified at all based on the short description? I don't know. Let's find out. So what it says about Hermeticists is that they're the quintessential support and utility archetype, a jack-of-all-trades type with access to healing, debuffs, and a highly versatile pet. We have yet to see healing, debuffs, and a highly versatile pet. We have, however, seen magical Molotov cocktails, which, I think I was justified in not expecting the very first ability from the Hermeticist to be let it all burn, But I'm also kind of here for it. I'm not gonna say no to magical Molotovs. All right, the next power, astrology. The Hermeticist reads patterns and portents in the stars, granting preternatural insight into the future, and with sufficient wisdom and discipline, the ability to influence fate. Okay, before I read any further, I'm curious. I'm really curious how it's going to. I feel like I need some caffeine. I'm all of a sudden badly needing caffeine. It's all right. We're like 15 to 20 minutes away from the next ad break. I think I might try and make myself a quick caffeinated beverage during the next ad break. But anyway, I wonder how this game is going to deal. So it looks like we are granting preternatural insights in the future and such. I wonder how this game is going to handle that, because, it's one thing to pretend you can see the future, but in real terms, you can't. Like it powers that are all about predicting the future can be very tricky to do in games, right? Because either you have to predict the future and then now you have to make it happen because it's been predicted, or they just sort of get reduced to you have a quick bonus on your next roll because you gained a flash of the future, and that's really it, right? Those are kind of the two far extremes for me. I wonder how this game handles it, considering how inventive it's been about some of the other stuff. Let's see. The Hermeticists read patterns, yada, yada, yada. So let's see. Rank 1 takes 1d3 hours to use. When you gaze into the stars or interpret star charts, choose a focus of study from among protection, victory, influence, or wisdom. You gain the corresponding benefits. Okay, interesting. So depending on the type of astrological study you do, it'll give you specific benefits. So if you choose protection, you roll twice for status effect, death, and up checks, and also on support actions in a challenge. In support actions in a challenge. Your opponents roll twice to attack you or otherwise hinder or hurt you, choosing the result that benefits you until an outcome is changed in your favor, at which point the effect ends. Note, an outcome counts as having changed in your favor when the actual result changes, i.e. attacks missing you instead of hitting, avoiding a status effect rather than merely having a better numerical result. Interesting. So basically, you have one sort of not get out of jail free card, but you have a bonus that doesn't go away until it actually helps you. And in this case, if it's tied to protection, it's tied to okay. All right, that's not the worst way. I actually like that how that's done, I guess. All right, chat says it is simple. Just predict the future in real life and use that for the game. Right? No, exactly. Real simple. Very easy, and normal to do. All right, so if you predict victory, you roll twice on attacks and oppose tactic checks. So it's a buff ability. It really is a buff ability. If you roll influence, you roll twice on social influence checks. You choose wisdom, you roll twice on awareness, investigation, horror, and knowledge checks, taking the result that benefits you. All right. So it's cool, but it is also like is rank 1. It takes 1d3 hours to use, but it lets you buff yourself however you want. You can either buff yourself to be more protected, buff yourself to be more deadly, buff yourself to be more social, or buff yourself to be more investigating. I particularly like the wisdom one because that makes the ability useful outside of combat. Also the influence one because it makes it directly useful for social mechanics. Either way, good stuff. You may not stack use of this ability, but if you have time, you can have one use of this ability active for each focus. If you use this ability, have a multiple foci study. This would cost the use of the ability to affect a focus that already has a usability. They do not stack. Okay, so in theory, there's 1d3 hours, right? So we could go, okay, I do a protection reading. Okay, that takes 2 hours. And then I do a victory reading, and that takes another 3 hours. I've spent 5 hours. I do then an influence reading. That takes 1 hour, so that's 6 hours. And I do a wisdom reading, which takes 2 hours, so 8 hours spent. A full 8-hour shift. But I come out of that 8-hour shift buffed in pretty much every aspect of my life. In theory, doable. Identical to rank 1 is rank 2, but you choose either 2 foci study or 1 focus study, which lasts until 2 outcomes change. Okay, I actually like that. I like that way of increasing it. Rank 1, 1 per 1. Rank 2, either take 2 or make 1 even better. And then rank 3 is passive as always. You may choose whether or not astrology affects each compatible roll, and rerolls prompted by astrology gain a +1 or suffer a -1 on type bonus or penalty in your favor. So it really buffs it up, gives you more control. Lets you go like, you know what? No, I want to take that hit. I saw that hit coming and I decided to take it. And save that for like a roll where it might be needed better, which is nice because I can see it being kind of annoying. I mean, it's just kind of the name of the game, right? But I can see that being in theory a bit annoying where you set yourself up with a protection reading basically, and then the better die roll gets used by like a mook who really only did 1 point of damage or would have done 1 point of damage, and then the next turn the big bad attacks and it's like, oh fuck, I really wish I'd been able to use that. I already used it. I wish I'd been able to use that extra defense for this attack, not for the first one. So now with that, with rank 3, you can kind of go like, no. I'm saving the extra, the reroll for if that motherfucker tries to hit me. Cool, I like it. Mastery A, you may spend 2 mental or spiritual strain to use a known rank of this ability instantly. You may only do this up to 1 time per scene. All right, cool. So you can do an instant reading, basically. Or Mastery B, you may invest 1 stress in each use of astrology. You may boost or penalize a reroll prompted by your astrology by an additional untyped +2 or -2. If you do this, then an outcome is changed. The point of stress is again available to recover, and this effect ends. Interesting. So you can basically like invest one of your readings with some of your strain, or stress rather. All right, so some of your stress, and then basically make it so that, like, no, that's a really strong reading. But because of that, that strain is invested there. You don't get it back until the reading comes, quote unquote, true. All right, that's really interesting approach. I am pleased. I think that's a thumbs up from me on how it handles future reading. Overload, spend 5 humanity. You realize that what you previously thought of as reality was a conditional tangent universe into which you received perfectly nuanced insight and come to your senses in actual reality with the benefit of perfect future sight of the next few moments. Period. In combat, rewind time to the beginning of your last turn, resetting the initiative volunteers in combat, undoing all effects of actions that are undone, and granting yourself 2 interrupt initiative outside of combat. Rewind time up to 1 minute may only be used once per... What? Once per round. Okay, it does cost 5 humanity. I get it. But holy... 5 humanity to turn back to... If I could turn back... 5 humanity... to turn back time an entire goddamn minute. Or, like, restart. Well, not all of combat, but, like, go back to last turn. Like, redo the entire last turn of combat. That's cool. That's powerful. Again, look, man, we saw how buff some of the other ones. Like, for a game that sort of seems to focus on keeping the ranges of powers low, giving you regular human stats for the most part, etc., etc. The ramp up in power levels is wild. I like it. And then you get quintessence every time you alter the outcome of a check with astrology, and you can spend quintessence to set an astrology prompted reroll to +3 or -3. Cool. All right, so this is the pet thing that they said you get. I'm a big fan of any pets, as I believe we've established earlier in the stream. The Hermeticist crafts a semi-sentient alchemical construct in the form of synthetic human or humanoid, which I think that's kind of what we see here in the art there, that little happy little dude carrying a thing. Let's see. They are homunculi serve their creators unconditionally. They are intelligent and capable of communicating in writing or by gesture, but they are incapable of speech. So rank 1 takes a week to make it. Invest up to 10 humanity. You may not recover this humanity until the homunculus is destroyed or voluntarily rendered inert. To create a homunculus, humanity is spent on a 1-for-1 basis to buy the homunculus abilities. Oh, so that's why it's up to 10 humanity. Because the more humanity you invest, the more abilities it'll have. You must choose a specialization for your homunculus from among the following. So a knowledge homunculus has all knowledge skills at rank C and can use the skills on your behalf. An alchemy homunculus can craft 1 panacea and 1 alchemist fire per day. Combat homunculus is a natural melee weapon with +4/+4 damage. Has the attack, athletics, and dodge skills at rank C. May attack and guard in combat. And scouting homunculus has stealth awareness. Okay, so a little bit of overlap there in like a pet, but it's just the one. It's just the one. Love a chronomancer. Yeah, no, I was really curious how it would do sort of the time thing. I really like the explanation of the overload, right? I focus so much on the in-game effect because it's such a big in-game effect to redo the last minute or redo the last round. But also separate from that is the explanation for what. It's like in a moment your character realizes that everything that just happened, that wasn't reality. Like, it's basically you had a vision. The entire last minute or the entire last round was a vision. And then you snap back to reality. Whoop, there goes gravity. And you know, and now it's like you're back, like, oh, okay, I saw that. I literally saw an alternate universe where all of this just played out. Let's go back and try it again. And you can keep doing that. You can just keep spending 5 humanity and just go like, oh, nope, that was also an alternating universe. I fucked that up. Let's keep going. Yes, the finale of the Twilight movies. Classic. Yes. Good times, good times. By the way, welcome in, PB. It's good to see you. Ni hao, que pasa, habibi? All right. And let's see. So homunculus. So we got combat, we got scouting. Cool, solid stuff. Homunculi in combat. Homunculus may make as many move actions as it wishes, as well as 1 tactics check per round. Okay, so basically explanation of how it fights. Good stuff. Blah blah blah. Repairing your homunculus. Homunculus. Not homunculus. Homunculus. Homunculus, repairing it. With access to your own lab or sufficient laboratory equipment, director's discretion, you may spend 1 hour of work time to heal your homunculus of 1d3 worth of damage. Hey, I see you over there stopping the video. There we go. Come back to me. Good. Anyway, so basically, spend time, repair it, yada yada, repair its stats. Good. With laboratory equipment, you may still repair your homunculus, but it requires you to spend 1 humanity per hour of work. Homunculus regains strength as a normal being. Okay, cool. So basically, I like. You know what I like about this? Actually, you know what I really like about this is the option to do it without the equipment. Sure, it costs you some humanity to do it, but I like that. Because I've seen a bunch of, I've seen crafting classes. I've seen, and this is not necessarily a crafting class. Sorry, I noticed that this thing, I don't even know if the camera can really properly pick this up. It's probably just starts out of frame and then ends out of frame. I picked this up at a street market for whatever reason. It extends, and it's kind of an opium. I don't know if it's an opium pipe actually. I am 100% sure it's probably mostly made of lead. I should not be putting it in my mouth. But also it makes me happy. It feels like this, by the way, is a stealth promo for it does look like a lead valve, doesn't it? Right? I think like it looks like these were pieces of just plumbing that got put together to make an extendable pipe for some reason. See how I just completely derail myself. ADHD is a hell of a drug. But anyway, this is kind of a stealth promo for you'll see what I mean when we at Fandible, once again, I'm gonna try to remember to promo us at least once per hour. I think I've been doing a good job of that. Look at that. I say I'm bad at marketing, and I am. Oh, I am. But improvement is possible. A better world is possible. I don't know if me being better at marketing is a better world, but I'm not good at marketing, so that's fine. It's a question that we won't have to find the answer to, because I am not, in fact, good at marketing. But anyway, there is an upcoming episode of Fandible in which you'll notice that me saying that I have a pipe, this was a stealth promo for that. You'll see. You'll all see. All right. So cool. But anyway, what I like about this, I have a thing to point with. Look at that. This makes me more happy than it should. Is that sure you can do it with the lab? Because I've seen others like, oh, if you don't have your lab, then I guess you can't. Wait, did I lose what happened here? Oh no, my video. Oh no, what happened here? Did this turn off? What happened here? Oh my God, the phone did turn off. What happened here? Oh my God, I lost my camera. Emergency. Oh no, okay, it's rebooting. Hey, you know what? This is good timing. Because it turns out, as I just noticed on the screen, it's ad time once again. You know how it is. All right, this was an ad attack. This is capitalism. They're coming after me. They're coming after you. They're coming after us. This is how the system is trying to bring us down by making my camera shut down. And why did it do that? Oh, anyway, here's the thing. I'm about to have 3 minutes to fix that. You're about to have 3 minutes in the ad zone. I think that's a fair trade. When we come back, my overhead camera will probably be working again. And in the meantime, you will have been exposed to advertising. I don't know if that's a fair trade or not, but it's what's gonna be happening. So it's just 3 minutes. It's just 3 minutes. I think together as a community we can do this, and we will in fact be right back. All right, we're live. Hey, hello, gamers. We're back. We're back. I fixed it. I can see the cameras over there. We're gonna go back to it. I did ask DeepSeek what to do, and it said to contact my Chinese spy. I am at all points this close to going on an entire sidebar about the whole DeepSeek AI situation. I'm fascinated. I think it's hilarious. I think it's fun. I could go on. I'm not. I'm going to try and stay on topic, but just know that I am at all times this close to just absolutely losing it on stream and going on like a full 3-hour rant about just everything related to that whole ass situation, which is absolutely wild. But instead, and I do this for you, dear viewer, I do this for you. Look at this. It's working again. It's working. It's wait, no. Oh God. Oh no. Oh wait, what? No, that's not supposed to. Can we fix it? Can we fix it? Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Now it's working. Ha! Wait, one more. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. We are professionals. So it turns out, and I believe I've shown this before. I can cheat. I have more cameras than one man should have, honestly, which is a problem. It really is a problem. This is not a thing to brag about. But since I do have all those cameras, I can do stuff like this. Now, keep an eye on my face here on the upper right corner. So my camera that I'm using for the overhead, as you can probably tell there, is an iPhone. Because I have an older iPhone that I was supposed to trade in, and I did not. This is one of those times when my hi, sweetheart. Are you joining the stream again? Yes, I do believe we are about to be visited by the good luck cat of good luck. Sweetheart, I know what you're trying to do. You want to expose your butthole to the world again. I understand the urge. Right now, you are demurely keeping your butthole just off camera, which I appreciate, sweetheart. Because again, honestly, look, I'm not here to stop you from expressing yourself. All right. I support you. I support you in all ways, but no free buttholes, all right? No free buttholes, sweetheart. Save it for the OnlyFans, because we need to pay rent. Anyway, where was I? I was talking about something. I don't know what I was talking about. I now have a kitty. Kitty. Hey. Oh no! This is. Don't try and bite this. Actually, it's again. I'm 95% sure it's made of lead. He's like, let me see. Yeah, I think it is. Wait, can I get you on camera with it? Come on. Can I get you on camera? There we go. Just barely. All right. Anyway, sweet. There she goes. Again, no buttholes. No free buttholes. No free buttholes. That is the hashtag for this stream. Right? Uncivilized Dan. No free buttholes. Uncivilized Dan 2025. I'm telling you, she needs an OnlyFans. If she's going to put her butthole on the internet for everyone to see, the least she can do is charge people for it, right? Oh no, she's gonna, sweetheart. Don't knock the camera over either. You're just doing the thing. Oh my God, she just wants all the attention, sweetheart. We are dangerously close to free butthole territory here. Oh my God, you're stepping on. Don't step on the book. Oh my God, sweetheart. Why? If you would think that I've never given this poor lonely suffering feline love in her whole life. She has never known what it is to be loved or petted. Oh, this poor suffering creature. No, she gets so much love. She spends all her time on my lap. She is the only time she's not on my lap is when I'm streaming because I need to move around and do things, and she takes that personally. All right. So, point is, we like repairing homunculi. I think is where we left off. Don't look at me like that. Oh, she's coming, but you took offense to that. I don't know why you took offense. I think it's just this. Oh yeah, that gets her attention. Sweetheart. Oh my God, there she goes. This is mine, Dad. This is mine. I claim it. It's mine. I know it is. Sweetheart, you literally. I keep telling. Don't. You are. It's just pure butthole on the. No. Oh my God. She's just trying. I mean, again, like you're welcome. You're welcome, chat. It's not every stream you can go to and just get just absolutely free, no charge. That's that. You know what? I'm gonna start putting a link. I'm gonna create an OnlyFans for her. I'm gonna start putting a link. I'm gonna have the Stream Elements bot promote it. But okay, she ran off. She's very offended. She's very offended. All right, cool. We like how to repair your homunculus. What happens in rank 2? What happened in rank 1? Okay, no, wait. So all of this was rank 1. Basically, it takes you a week to make one. Okay, cool. Rank 2 takes you 2 weeks. The second of which must be uninterrupted. Don't threaten me with a good time. Rank 2 functions the same as rank 1, but you invest up to 20 humanity. Okay, so you invest more humanity, you make your homunculus more useful, or you can make two homunculi. Cool. I like that. A little pair of homunculi. Punch and Judy or the like, right? Rank 3, you got a passive. Each specialization is augmented. Okay, so basically it buffs up the 4 types. So the knowledge one gets the skills improved to rank 8, which is nice. Alchemy lets you create up to 2 magical Molotovs or Panaceas per day. Panaceas. Panacea? So many words. You can tell. I am a man with a large vocabulary. I'm just going to say that out loud. I'm going to put that out there for the world, ladies. I have a large vocabulary. But also, you can tell that I'm one of those people who learned their large vocabulary from books. Also, I grew up in Puerto Rico, which means that I didn't hear a lot of these words said. Whenever people ask me, like, "Oh, how do you speak English so well, Dan?" Because you did grow up in Puerto Rico, and my primary language is Spanish, Español. It's because of cable TV, right? It's not education. Trust me, my education in Puerto Rico was not great. I went to private Catholic school. It was still better than some, but not great. Point is, there's a lot of words that I know what the word is. I know how it's written. I know what it means. I have never, ever said or heard it spoken out loud. At least Spanish has like acentos. You can kind of like look at how the word is written and know how it's pronounced. English hates you. All right, English is the worst language. Let's be very clear. English is I think that's true. Most English speakers are a bit like that. That's very true. But also English is just a bad language. It's a terrible language. It's so bad. You can look at a word and that means nothing. The shape of the word, the letters that are in it have little to no relation with how the word is actually said. It's again, I think somebody said it best. I wish I knew where this quote originally comes from, but it makes me happy to hear it and say it, which is that English is basically 3 languages in a trench coat that then found other languages in a dirty back alley and mugged them for like extra just bits and bobs. Average English speaker vocabulary is 10,000 words. Shakespeare had 25,000, and I don't know actually how many. I was going to say a number, but I actually don't know. How do you measure your vocabulary? Is there a way? Is there a test for that? Boy, talk about derails. There's got to be a test for that. How do you figure out what your vocab is, like the number of words? If the average English speaker has that, like, how do you figure that out? Is there a test I can take online? Somebody look that up and let me know. Anyway, let's get back to this. So, okay, knowledge is good, alchemy great, combat makes more damage, scouting skills. Okay, so yeah, it's some really solid but straightforward and understandable improvements at rank 3. Cool. What do you got? A mastery A. Your homunculus may have 2 specializations. Okay, so even more, so they can be even better. I really like this. I like the fact. So one thing that I saw, for example, with the hi Kitty, are you coming back again? Are we going to have this conversation once more? Are you going to knock the camera over? I know what you're doing. Okay, there we go. Come on, keep going. Oh my God. Anyway, folks, I swear this is. There we go. Hi. How are you, sweetheart? You're a good girl. You're just getting pettings from the pipe pettings. There we go. She's just hurrying up a storm and having pipe. I need access to the book. I need to flip the page that you're standing on. Father, no. Father, you must pet me. You must pet me instead. Pet me with the pipe. This can't be healthy for you. I mean, it makes for great television. That's that was beautiful. That was well done. That's just going right up to the camera like that. Okay, great. Well done. Now You can sit down. Wait. Oh, no, wait. Okay, never mind. She sat on a mini. She doesn't seem to mind that she sat on a mini. All right. I'm going to flip this page now. Are you going to get upset at me about that? Possibly. Mastery B of a homunculus requires a total of 10 fewer total invested mana. Okay, wait. Before the cat came, I had a... Oh, she's going away now. I had a thing I was about to say, which is the other pet class that we saw. And technically, this is not like a pet class. It's just like amongst the things that this class is being a pet class, right? That's the hermeticist. They have this homunculus ability, but because they do have it, it's kind of specialized, while the thought forms from the Eminent that we saw, all of their stats were always still slightly lower than the Eminents themselves. You can then buff them up with several things, but they all started slower. But here, it looks, you can create a homunculi, for example, for knowledge or scouting, that is far better than you are at that thing, which is kind of the point, right? Like, you know, like a hammer is better at driving nails into the wood than I am with my fleshy bits. So fleshy. So fleshy. This, though, lets you, like, yeah, if I create a knowledge homunculus, this thing can eventually, with a rank 3, its skills can be improved to rank A, which is really good. And then on top of that, it can be specialized. And these specializations have nothing to do with whatever knowledge and stuff I have, which means I can create a homunculi that can really be very useful and make up for my own deficiencies. I like that. I like that a lot. And then Mastery B, like, you can basically do this without investing humanity, or as much humanity, rather. Okay, so what's the overload for homunculi? Let's see. Overload. Spend 5 humanity and 3 initiative. For the rest of the scene, you and one of your homunculi fuse into a single entity with a mixture of your traits. During this fusion, choose 2 levels worth of the following benefits based on what most closely represents the nature of your homunculus. Note on homunculus overload, the effects of levels 1 and 2 of the same benefit do not stack. The level 2 benefits replace those of level 1. Okay. Oh, so wow. Okay, so it's kind of like the ultimate power of the Eminent, where you kind of, like Legion, where you kind of bring those external thought forms into your body and gain powers. It's kind of like that, but you can gain specific things as well. So you can give yourself wings and fly. You give yourself armor. You can give yourself extra speed and swiftness. You can give yourself extra stealth. That's really cool. And then it keeps going. And in addition, you gain benefits based on the specific. So if you combine with a knowledge homunculus, you can gain an untyped +2 to your tactical acumen and gain 5 temporary mental strain, which lasts as long as the form persists. So basically, you get a little smarter. You gain all knowledge skills your homunculus has at the start. That's really cool. If you have an alchemy homunculus, while this form persists, entities that use your panacea are healed for 1 additional health. Victims of your alchemist fire, or as I like to call it, magical molotovs, suffer 1 additional point of burning damage. Okay, so you do more damage, you do more stuff. Combat, you gain natural melee weapons, you ignore armor. Scouting, you gain all the skills on your homunculus, you are super stealthy and stuff. You gain quintessence when your combat specialized homunculus hits with an attack, or when you hit with your natural weapons granted you by the overload. Gain 1 quintessence if a skill check or tactics check made by your homunculus in combat succeeds. Once per day, you may spend quintessence to refresh your homunculus spent strain at the rate of 10 strain per quintessence spent. Cool. All right. There's a pretty good balance back and forth. The more successful they are, the more they get back. The more they get back, the more you can refill their pools. Kind of a little circle back and forth. I like that. Okay, homunculus gets, honestly, again, I'm giving this game lots of these today, but it gets one. The whole homunculus thing, it makes me happy. I like to see it. We love to see it, folks. You love to see it. All right, panacea. I believe 99% certain that is the correct pronunciation. panacea. The hermeticist crafts a potent alchemical healing elixir capable of miraculous restoration of health and mending of injury. Okay, so basically healing potions, but let's see how they make it funky. Rank 1, you takes 1d3 hours to craft, just like the magical Molotovs. Humanity spent out of combat. So basically, you create a healing potion when you have to specify what kind of damage, if it's carry damage or health damage. Requires 3 initiative to drink as an action. Then you heal 1d3 points. Pretty simple. You also reduce severity of certain injuries, etc., etc. Okay, good. So basic healing potion. Heal some hit points. Heal some conditions and stuff. At rank 2 of these healing potions, the panaceas. Let's see. So it heals a little better, reduces the severity, reduces even worse injuries. So basically, it helps with even worse injuries and heals a little better. Pretty much as expected. Rank 3. Okay. So now, in addition to doing healing damage, it recharges some strain to the people that use the pool. At level masteries, at the masteries, mastery A, when an entity is affected by this ability, they gain a +2 ability bonus. You get a little buff. Or it's a 5-hour energy, and you can just kind of quaff it in one single initiative point instead of 3. All right. Yeah, I fuck with that. And then overload. Okay, overload. Spend 3 humanity, 4 initiatives, destroy 1 panacea. I keep wanting to say panacea. Panacea. Apply the effects of the destroyed panacea to any target in line of sight, doubling the normal healing. Okay, so this is basically, I think this was written before Baldur's Gate 3 came out, but this is basically the Baldur's Gate, just throw a healing potion at somebody to heal them kind of thing. But double it, like by throwing it, like it's like hitting somebody in the face with your healing potion actually makes your healing potion more effective at the overload level. I kind of dig that. I cannot help but love that. Just the visual of it. And then you gain quintessence whenever any healing potion, any panacea that you made is used, and then you can use it to increase the healing of panaceas you have made. Okay, cool. And theurgy. Okay, let's see what this one is. That's interesting. It's pretty short too. Theurgy, the Hermeticist leverages the utmost mystic erudition to contact intelligences from beyond our reality, immediately gaining knowledge as though they'd been studying and practicing the subject of their inquiry for years. So this is basically Google, but with machine elves instead of servers, I think, is the basic logic of what we're doing here. Let's see if I'm right. Rank 1 takes 1 hour. For the rest of the day, you either gain a non-combat skill. You gain a skill that you didn't have before, or you increase by 3 the rank of a non-combat skill you already possess by 3. So you have a rank at C, then you go to B, then to A, then to S, which is the top rank. Maybe if you have the rank at C, it would still be C to B, B to A, still A to S. No, rank D is the only one that would only go all the way to A, but like 3 basically, yeah, on any skill that you already have at rank B or higher is just going to take you straight to S. That's potent, actually. It's very, very like general purpose too, because it applies to any kind of skill. Rank 2 takes 1 hour to use. There is the 1 hour, right? So you have to like prep for it. You can't just do it if you're like in a rush. At least immediately at the first levels. Let's see what we do with the later levels. So at first levels, it's not like you can basically give yourself rank S lock picking while you're being chased by the guards and you're just trying to open a door, right? But still, like in general use, whenever you have the time for it, very useful. Let's see. Rank 3 is a passive. You gain 2 magical damage reduction against stress damage from horror checks. That's one of these things. It's not like the other. Caused by the unnatural and from enemy attacks that deal stress damage. Yeah, okay. I'm not opposed. This is fine. You get some magical damage reduction against stress damage from horror checks caused by the unnatural and from enemy attacks that deal stress damage. It's fine. It just doesn't fit the theme, I feel like. Like, there's nothing here about... I guess you can kind of, like, present it as... the extra knowledge, because it's passive, it's just on all the time. So the fact that maybe you have this mystic erudition and this connection to these alien intelligences means that you have a natural resistance to, or an unnatural resistance to magic, because some of it gets spilled off into that connection. Maybe, I guess I would have liked a, considering how little space they used for this one, and how much space they've used for some of the other ones. I would have liked, I think, a better in-game tie-in to this rank of this level. Like, what's really going on here? Why? Okay, cool. Tell me why it makes sense for Theurgy to grant that passive. Sell me on this. I don't think the book is selling me on this properly. Mastery A. Once per scene, while under the effects of Theurgy, you may spend 1 humanity to gain 3 temporary strain, which must be used either before, yada yada, or a supernatural insight floods your consciousness. This temporary strain might not be used to reduce damage taken. Alright, so basically you can give yourself temporary strain, or you can rather grant yourself temporary strain to spend by kind of tapping into that connection by spending some humanity. Okay, Mastery B, rank 1 and 2 can be used for 3 initiative points rather than taking 1 hour. Okay, here we go. See, I said I knew later on there was going to be a way to reduce that. I didn't think it was going to be all the way to just a single action from 1 hour to reduce it to just 3 initiative points, because that all of a sudden, I mean, it's a non-combat skill specifically, right? Oh, no, wait, no, it can be a combat skill. Either you can gain a combat... No, wait. So rank 1 is non-combat skills. But if you, as soon as you have rank 2, and you have rank 2 because you have to have rank 2 to get rank 3. So as soon as you get rank 3... to get mastery. To get mastery, you have to have all 3 ranks. So that means as soon as you're mastery, you can pull rank 2. And rank 2 does let you... Wait. For the rest of the day, you non-combat skill of your choice. Gain 2 non-combat skills in rank C. Okay, no, never mind. I read this wrong. I thought there was rank 2 let you choose combat skills. I was wrong. Chat, comments on YouTube, don't come at me. I appreciate it when you do come at me, but don't come at me on this one. I caught myself. Okay, so you can never get... Yeah, you can never get... Nothing that I see here ever lets you take combat. So this is not going to be a combat ability. Then at that point, it's like, okay, cool. But then making it only take 3 initiative points. So where is the... I mean, no, you can do non-combat stuff in combat. You can do actions that require non-combat skills in combat, and they can be useful, like the tactics and stuff like that. Make use of some of your skills. Also, if you're going to do stealth, you can do stuff like that, I think. Let's look at the skills real quick. Actually, I feel like I want to look at this and see how that feels. Let's kind of go back here for a moment. Okay, skill rank, skill list. So all of these are out of order, out of consideration here. You cannot grant yourself, you cannot reach out to the machine elves and tell them to teach you all about athletics, attack, awareness, dodge, discipline, stability, or stealth. Aha, so stealth is not one of them. But in the middle of an action scene, which could be a fight, right? It does give you can choose non-combat. So you can cybersecurity, maybe, but here we go now. Remember that example that I said where you're not going to give yourself like lock picking while the guards are chasing you? But all of a sudden now, oh, I have to get past this electronic lock and the guards are right around the corner. Well, okay, now we're talking. Now, if you have Mastery B of Theurgy, you can spend 3 initiative points to give yourself cybersecurity, whatever. Maybe if you have a couple of points already, basically take your cybersecurity up to S and then get shit done. Same thing, deception can be very useful in and out of combat. Drive in an action scene could be very useful. Empathy, maybe. Endurance could be interesting. First aid, you could save a life with that shit. Intimidation could be useful for social investigation, could be useful all the time. Languages, that could be super useful. Being able to just like spend a moment, take a moment, focus, and all of a sudden you know Mandarin Chinese, like ni hao, right? I love that. Presence, security. Here we go. Security, lockpicking, and all that stuff. Sleight of hand, thievery, seeing objects. Yeah, okay. So again, it might not be directly super useful in combat in the sense that you cannot simply grant yourself S rank athletics or S rank attack, but you can grant yourself S rank sleight of hand. Or again, like some of the stuff is useful. Some of the stuff is very useful. I like it. Okay, I feel better about this now. And then what is the overload version? Let's see. Overload, you may spend at 3 additional humanity when using rank 1 or rank 2 to this ability. If you do, you may have theurgy cost only 2 initiative points and affect 1 combat. Hey, there we go. There's the combat activation. So once you overload, it costs you less, and you can actually have it affect a combat skill. One time during the effects of this use of theurgy, you may spend 1 stress to gain a +3, and you can also boost the skill that is already boosted by theurgy. Mastery B is active. This instead costs 0 initiative points, so does not contribute to rush condition. Oh, so you already have Mastery B, so you already get to do quicker. And then you overload on top of that. You can basically turn it into a free action. I mean, it still costs you 3 humanity, yes, but effectively just free action at like the super pumped up. Like the machine elves have taken over. All right, imagine the scenes from like what's it called? Is it Inside? No, it's no, it's not Inside. It's Inside Out. Inside Out. With the little emotion people in your head. Except think like ultra wise machine elves from another reality. But they are running at this point. They are doing the thing. It's on them. So you gain 1 quintessence just by using this, and then once per day you can grant the quintessence to give yourself 3 temporary strain for use with the effective skill. So again, you can spend your quintessence to bump up though, to give you all sorts of resources for making those rolls work in your favor. Fuck yeah! All right, cool. Again, my only complaint is that it feels like that rank 3 passive almost feels like they didn't quite know what to do with it, and so they just gave you some generic, well, you get some, like, your brain is better at not getting fucked up, I guess. Fine, I'll take it. I wish I could have used, especially considering that stuff like, what was it that I saw that really made me happy on this? Was it the Eminent earlier, or was it what was it that we saw that I was like, this is such a good way of like explaining why in game this works this way. Cripes. But anyway, like I said, I remember seeing an example just before this that was basically that. It's like, oh, they gave me an in-game explanation of why this mechanic is the way it is right in the description, and it's like, okay, cool. Thanks to that explanation, now I like that this works this way. Here, without that explanation, I don't know. I feel a little off about that. Otherwise, everything else here I really dig. All right, Philosopher, is that the most powerful one? Yes, Philosopher's Stone is your final power. I don't know actually if the last one listed is always the most powerful one, but it kind of feels that way so far from the way we've seen the various archetypes laid out. It always seems like the last power is kind of like your capstone. So like Hermes Trismegistus, I'm gonna keep saying it that way. Book. Luckily, we're almost done with this particular one. Also, let me see. We're at 2 hours and a half. We've got an hour and a half left on stream, and we have made it through 2. We have made it through 2 archetypes, which brings us to maybe 5 total. There are 17. We are not getting through all of them on this stream. I suspect this is just going to be the entire week of going, or at least tomorrow, of going through the various archetypes. That said, one way or another, this week we're finishing Orpheus Protocol, because as much as I am enjoying this game, oh boy, that's a lot of time to spend. That's a lot of hours to spend on a single game. I mean, look, I call these deep dives, and I do not lie, dear viewer. I do not lie. Let's check out the Philosopher's Stone. Like Hermes Trismegistus before them, the Hermeticist masters the secrets of the prima materia and completes the magnum opus, obtaining the physical manifestation of enlightenment, the Philosopher's Stone. Puff, puff. Take a week of uninterrupted work at rank 1 to create, and requires the investment of 10 humanity if you have rank B or above in knowledge. Eldritch, the humanity investment is reduced to 5. As long as the Philosopher's Stone exists, you do not age. So at rank 1, immortality. Good. Well, at least immortality from old age. I'm sure you can still get killed. While the Philosopher's Stone is in your possession, your Hermeticist abilities are enhanced. So it's a general buff. You choose 2. Okay, you choose 2 of these. Astrology, you gain an untyped +1 or -1 to prompted rerolls in your, so basically your astrology is even more useful. For theurgy, you gain 1 additional magical damage reduction to stress damage from horror checks. Oh, okay. Again, we're focused on the passive. I mean, I'll take it. Sure. I am protected from some of the more fucked up aspects of magical reality and horror and whatnot, because my brain is already plugged in to the other side where these alien intelligences exist. I guess. I get it. I just wish they had specifically said that that's why. I keep harping on that because I do not let things go easily. I am vindictive. Is that the word that I should be using for the vindictive? Yeah, sure. Why not? Vindictive. I'll take it. Panaceas. Your panaceas heal more. Your magical Molotovs burn more. And your homunculi. Okay, cool. They're easier to repair. Cool. And they're better to repair. Okay, so that's rank 1. Rank 1 basically makes you functionally immortal, at least from aging. And then you choose from these 2 to basically sort of permanently improve their capabilities so long as you're carrying your stone on you. At rank 2, you get even more enhancements. I like that they do not need to apply for the same release of benefits chosen in rank 1, and you retain your rank 1 benefits regardless. Nice. So with astrology at rank 2, the first altered outcome does not count towards losing the effects of astrology. Nice. So basically you get an extra application of your astrology powers. Dope. Theurgy, on using Theurgy, gain 2 temporary strain for use of skills affected by Theurgy, which lasts as long as the Theurgy is in effect. Nice. Panacea, +1 to healing on all uses, stacks with rank 1 Philosopher's Stone to boost Panacea. Nicely done. Alchemist Fire, magical Molotovs, plus more burning, stacks with rank 1. Good. Homunculi, invest 2 humanity. Each of your homunculi gains an additional special. Make all your homunculi better. So this is just no wonder this is the capstone thing. It's just like you make the Philosopher's Stone, and A, you stop aging, and B, you get better at all the things that you already were probably pretty good at if you're at the make a fucking Philosopher's Stone level of your character. And then let's see, rank 3, passive. Each day, recover 1 additional strain of each type and 1 wound. So you heal faster, you recover faster, so long as you have your Philosopher's Stone. You are more resistant. You gain your status effect checks gain a bonus. Dope. Overall, no complaints here. No complaints. Mastery A, the humanity investment cost of Philosopher's Stone is reduced by 5. Huh. All right, and Master B, you gain a 3rd ability of it. Oh, sorry. You get to pick on. Okay, that's cool. So I'm curious now. Would gaining Mastery A, while you already have a Philosopher's Stone, just basically give you back 5 humanity? Or does it mean I have to destroy my... I mean, I guess that's up to the GM, I guess. Because by default, it's 10 humanity cost. If you have rank B Eldritch knowledge at least, then it only costs 5. Though, caveat, right? If the higher your Eldritch knowledge level, the lower your cap in humanity, right? I think it's like Eldritch Lore D lowers your cap by 5, C by 10, B by 15, A by 20, and S by 25. I believe it's kind of how it goes. So if you have it at B, you already are down to like your maximum humanity. The most you can ever be at is already at 85, which would take you down to 80. But then if you pick up at least rank 3 of this power, then once you get to mastery A of this power, rather, then it's effectively free in terms of humanity cost for you if you already have the requirements to lower it to 5. Cool. I don't mind. I mean, again, this is kind of like this whole Philosopher's Stone is basically like just one big passive buff is what it is, which I dig. Okay, and then overload. What happens when you overload? You spend 5 humanity. Up checks you make during this round gain a +3 ability bonus. At the end of the round, cancel all your wounds taken beyond the respective tracks and any commensurate injury penalties. At that time, you may spend up to 3 strain of each type, healing 2 wounds of the given type for each strain spent. At the end of the scene, if you must roll the death check, it is rolled with a +2 ability bonus if you incur injury. So basically, overload is like as close as you're going to get to proper immortality. It effectively lets you like just regenerate and even like makes you very hard to kill. All right, I like that. Okay, I see you, Rasputin. I see you. And then your quintessence, when you gain quintessence and your Philosopher's Stone is not holding a quintessence, it absorbs the quintessence. You may spend that quintessence as normal, but it does not count towards your total quintessence for determining the chance of losing your other quintessence. You retain it even if your other quintessence are lost. Oh, so basically, it on top of everything else, your Philosopher's Stone acts as a quintessence reservoir to hold one quintessence that cannot be taken away, which is there for you. That's nice. Okay, yeah, I can see why that's a capstone. It's just an overall good thing for your character. I like that. Well done. What are the humanity loss stuff? So at the highest levels, your gaze and personal gravity are a bit more intense than normal. That's fair. At medium high, subject displays tendency towards obsession and compulsion. Around medium, subject often displays cold indifference to nearly all matters not related to their craft. Same. And then 25 to 1, subject must fight hard in order to devote efforts to anything but the great work. And humanity, 0 humanity once you lost it all. Subject completes the great work, ascending beyond our understanding. If recovery is possible, it must be by the subject's volition. No records exist of such a happening. Hey, Pathan, welcome in. Friend, welcome in. Ni hao, que pasa, habibi? Welcome in. We are on number, I believe this is 5? Let's see. Let's count them. Soldier was 1. Cyborg was 2. Draugr was 3. Eminent was 4. Yes, Hermeticist is 5. We are 2.5 plus 2 hours and 45 minutes into a 4-hour stream. Oh. And we have gone over. Oh, we are at number 5. Oh no, did I break my pipe? We are at number 5. But today we have done 2. And Chad, back me up on this. I've actually been pretty low key on the there we go, on the derails, I say derailingly. I've been pretty low key on the derails, I'd say, today. I've actually managed to stay mostly on track. It's just that these are long, complicated archetypes. Here's the thing. Every archetype in this game has a unique mechanic different to other archetypes, and then an entire set of powers that align only to it, each one of which is fairly well detailed. So I get it. But also, holy shit, this is going to take a while. Are we going to be able to get through all of them this week? I'm gonna try. I'm gonna give it the old college try. I should remind our viewers, I did drop out of college, which is probably why I'm doing this now and not. Actually, I don't know. What would have been my life? Here we go. This is a proper derail. What would have been my life? All right, chat. I went to college. I did. Dropped out, as I said. Um, can you guess? Can you guess what I went to college to study for? No cheating if you already know. If you actually know what I went to college for because you know me from real life, no cheating. But chat, I would love people's guesses on what you think I went to college for. Not bad. Not bad time. Creative. Not bad time. Creative writing. All right. I mean, I'm assuming that's your guess. I'm gonna assume that's your guess for that. Wrong, but good guess. Good guess considering my areas of interest. And you know what? Partial credit. I did take some creative writing courses in college, and they were one of the few things that I really loved about the experience. But it's not what I actually went to college to study. I will give out a free hint to people. It wasn't IT. I did not go to college to study IT or technology or computer science. So I'll give y'all that one for free because it's the obvious choice. But no, that's not it. We'll come back to this. Chat, feel free to check. I'd love to see what people think. In the meantime, we're gonna move on to the next archetype, and this one is the hero. Once again, I'm looking on chat. Okay, here we go. So this one's the shine on it is not too bad. I think we're getting a good view of the artwork. So you've got a real like Captain America feeling vibe with a big burly sort of golden boy kind of World War II. He's literally holding up a tank with his fist, and the metal on the tank is getting distorted. He's firing his thing at what I'm gonna assume are the Nazis, which, well done. And this is the hero. Heroes are older than the stories we tell about them, whose very telling laid the foundations of every society, modern and ancient. Heroes are extraordinary individuals who, whether by the blessing of the gods or some other twist of fate, are destined to achieve extraordinary things, but are forever tempted by the darker side of their larger-than-life nature. True heroes are born only rarely, but Orpheus is intensely integrated in them. Intensely interested in them. Not, as one might expect, merely to direct their power to its own ends. Even more pressing is the need to study the hero's life and deeds thus far in order to predict what great destiny they are moving towards and make sure the world is safe from it. So their unique mechanic as a hero is destiny. When taking the hero archetype, you must choose 2 heroic virtues from the following list. Each virtue has conditions for being fulfilled, and each time a virtue is fulfilled, at the director's discretion, the hero gains 3 points of destiny, which can be spent to augment hero abilities. No more than 6 points of destiny may be gained in one scene, and destiny is saved at the end of scenes, never dissipating. The maximum number of destiny that can be held by a hero is 20. Okay, so before we move any further, so just to kind of get, lock into our brains how their unique mechanic works, destiny. So basically, you have a set of virtues. You have a set of 2 virtues, 2 heroic virtues that you have set. And anytime you fulfill those virtues, you gain 3 points of destiny. Destiny is kind of your currency then to actually augment. It says augment, not activate or use. So I'm assuming, and we'll see soon enough, but I'm assuming based on that the default hero powers don't require you to spend destiny, but you can spend destiny to go in the terms of My Hero Academia, go plus ultra, right? So let's see. How do we go plus ultra? Well, we choose a heroic virtue. The following list of heroic virtues is not exhaustive, but covers many of the classical traits of mythic heroes, should be used as a base. So we've got compassion, we've got courage, we've got excellence, we've got leadership, and we've got self-sacrifice, the heroic. Oh, we also have silver tongue, and no, wait, yes, is silver tongue Okay, I think silver tongue is a virtue. Because then there's heroic flaws. I don't think it's its own thing. I'm 99%. The layout is a little unclear on this, in my opinion, but it's fine. Maybe a difference in the font of the lower level headers here would have made it a little clearer, but whatever. I'm going to assume, since it has the colon at the end, that it is also a heroic virtue. Silver tongue being, I guess, a heroic virtue in this one. So compassion, courage, excellence, leadership, self-sacrifice, silver tongue. Those are your potential heroic virtues, and you choose 2 of them. So let's see. I'm curious about, some of them are obvious, like compassion, courage, leadership, even self-sacrifice. But excellence, what's that mean? The hero excels at all they do, performing incredible feats worthy of stories, besting an enemy in combat with commanding degrees of success, 5 or more, winning a hard-fought battle, or performing incredible feats of athleticism, strength, or cunning that lead to victory are common ways of fulfilling this archetype. And I'm seeing on the others that hold like 5 or more degrees of success on a related role. It seems to help as well. Okay. So it's not that easy to gain destiny points. Like, it requires probably on purpose, right? Because it's a hero, a sort of heroic level of displaying that virtue to get the destiny points. Let's see. Okay, and so let's look at silver tongue. This it did kind of stand out to me. As a slightly weird situation there. Sorry with me. I'm just kind of be adjusting the camera there. So let's see. So heroic, silver tongue. The hero is effortlessly the center of attention, inspiring, intriguing, and compelling, succeeding in a social influence check with commanding. Okay, so it's basically social checks. Okay, so what this looks like at first glance, again, we've yet to look at the actual heroic abilities, but what it looks like is, because heroes come in all shapes and sizes, right? So it looks like by choosing 2 of these, you choose what kind of hero you want to play. So for example, a hero that chooses their 2 virtues as leadership and silver tongue is going to be a very different hero from one that chooses courage and leadership, or compassion, which is going to be very different from a hero that chooses compassion and self-sacrifice. Which is going to be a different hero from one that chooses courage and excellence, right? Very Disney Hercules seeming. Yeah, I kind of do get that vibe, Phoenix. I do get that vibe. All right, then heroic flaws. The hero must also choose a heroic flaw with the director's approval. Common possibilities include hubris, ungovernable rage, self-importance, and various intemperances. However, the player and the director should collaborate to determine what flaw best represents the individual hero. Interesting. It's just a little paragraph saying, like, hey, pick something. It's weird that they don't give us much more guidance on that. But let's see if these flaws come into effect with any of the powers. I'm real curious about that. All right, so we've got powers. We've got Aegis of Fate. We've got Burning Spirit. We've got Fated Leader. We've got Heroic Prowess. We've got Indomitable Will. And the final one will be Legendary Feat. So we've got a whole selection of things. Let's see how far we can get before the next ad break, which will be in a little over 5 minutes. I like to warn my viewers of when the ad breaks are coming, because if there's one thing that I will never do to you is, actually no, I lie. I would probably do that to you, just not on purpose, but I would like to avoid sending you into the ad zone without warning. I like to give people a heads up so they can properly stretch and prepare, maybe grab their Jujanta apparel sensitive sunglasses. Holy shit, that's a reference I haven't used in over 40 years. If you know what that's a reference to, you are old. And a very specific kind of nerd, no less. Anyway, let's go with Aegis of Fate. I think we can get through Aegis of Fate before we get to the ads. Let's fucking go. Aegis of Fate, the forces of fate itself protect the hero, giving them supernatural luck. At rank 1, you gain a +1 ability bonus to a luck check, may be used after the fact. Cool. That's just right away. That's cool. being able to add to your luck. So this is a luck power already. Another thing you'll learn about me very quickly, I like luck powers. Rank 2, gain a +2 ability bonus to a luck check. Passive rank 3, gain a +1 ability bonus to a luck check. Okay, wait. So rank 1 gives you a +1 ability bonus to luck checks, which an optional ability. Basically, it's optional. It's like you can, after the fact, decide if you wanted to use it. Rank 2 gives you a +2 that you can decide to use after. Rank 3 just automatically gives you a +1 no matter what. You start whether you choose to or not. That's kind of weird. Like, if you're making it so that the others are like, hey, it's optional in case you want to fail that luck check or something, I guess. The rank 3 is like, nope. This one's like, you don't get to choose. It's always there. It's a little weird, and I wonder why. Because I don't feel like we've run into many situations where you want to fail a luck check. So that's a little bit weird. Because otherwise, it was just simply be gain a +3 ability bonus to a luck check, etc. Just like before. Because I'm assuming it stacks, right? Then Mastery A, you do not have to spend strain to break ties outside of combat nor in challenges. Okay, so basically it makes it so that because you're a hero and you're protected and you're lucky, if you have the Aegis of Fate, then during a tie in a roll, it's assumed that you win. Kind of like I think we saw this when we looked at Exalted Essence and we saw the Solar Exalted. I think there's some overlap between the hero archetype and the Solar Exalted archetype, right? But Solar Exalted archetype had that thing going for it where, because I'm a Solar Exalted, I'm just built different. I'm just better. If you and I are evenly matched, no, we're not. I'm better than you because I am a Solar Exalted, right? That's kind of like their whole thing. And so with the Aegis of Fate, at least at Mastery rank A, the hero kind of gains that same effect of like, no, you and I, we are not the same. All right, you are making this role because you're an NPC. I'm making this role because I'm a hero. We are not the same. I like that, though. That is because the Solars are better and they deserve to win. I mean, precisely. Having read the Solar Exalted description, you're not wrong. Bathan asks, could they be going for an intentional archetype imbalance? I mean, possibly. That was also kind of like what I thought, that maybe rank 3, it's still overall a positive, but at that point your ability is powerful enough that you don't have full control over it. You're always just a little bit luckier. It's not I can choose to be luckier, I can impose this, but it's like, no, it always is, whether you want it to be or not, right? So it could be a little bit of that sort of approach to it, and that's kind of what I think they were probably trying to do. Let's see, and then Mastery B of Aegis of Fate. In challenges, you may spend 1 humanity to gain a +2 situational bonuses to a check or value once per round of the challenge. Okay, so basically lets you spend humanity to just, again, make yourself better, to give yourself a +2 bonus to a check or value once per round. So again, it's another way to like invest your humanity. Go like, no, I am a hero, and therefore I get a +2 this roll, and fuck you, I am better, I am hero. Okay, so what happens if you try to overload your Aegis of Fate? Spend 5 humanity, take a +3 in lieu of, so you don't even make the check, you just assume the check is a +3. This overload allows you to rely on absurd luck. For example, blindly jumping out of a 4-story building and expecting to land safely is perfectly reasonable with this overload. Okay, I actually really like this all of a sudden. The director must approve the details. I approve. As your honorary director, I approve of any use of wild, ridiculous, over-the-top luck. 100%. If you spend those 5 humanity, let's fucking go. Yes, I like this. Okay, let's continuing here. The director must approve the details, yada yada, but the player is more or less able to go to absurd lengths to somehow not be harmed in this situation, but cannot use this overload to damage or defeat other entities. Sure, fair. Not gonna argue that. This may be used to completely obviate the effects of an incoming attack or malign effect with an appropriate description worked out by the director and the players once per scene. Yeah, yeah, yes. Big celebration. Let's go. Yes, I like that. I really like that. Again, as a fan of luck powers, that overload one is everything I want out of a luck power. I love it. Destiny. At any time, you may spend 3 destiny to give -2 in lieu of a roll to any enemy. Oh, the first time each session that you get luck check result of 4 or more, gain 3 destiny. In all instances of other than a specific effect, a luck check of 4 more is identical to a luck check of +3. Okay, so basically, because you can, in theory, roll, like I'm showing right now, 3 positive, right, a +3 on your luck check, but also because of your rank 3, you gain a +1, so it's a +4. It still only counts as a +3, but you gain a destiny. You gain 3 destiny. Interesting that so far, and we'll see the other ones, but so far we're seeing, okay, I'm seeing different destiny costs for other, because I was wondering, I'm seeing that you always gain 3 destiny, but you always spend 3 destiny, but no, you can see that you spend 2 destiny over here. So that's cool. That's cool. That's basically, you can spend destiny to basically grant others bad luck as well. Luck control. Yeah. Big fan. Ages of Fate is great. Oh, Ages of Fate looks great. I really like this set of powers for your hero. Playing this, okay, I would probably still play the pet class by default, but now all of a sudden, like, I wasn't that interested in the hero. I was curious about the hero, but now, sir, now you have my attention. Now you have my attention with this set of luck powers. I think we, if you'll forgive me, lucked out on how good those powers are. But you know what's not lucky? The ads. It's the ad zone again. It does really feel like these ad breaks just seem to come quicker and quicker each time. And yet, it's only the third and, given the way the stream works, final ad break of the show. So folks, bear with us. We will be, in about 3 minutes, right back after these ads. Ho ho, holy mackerel, we are back, ladies, gentlemen, and assorted they, thems, and NBs. We have returned, and I'm so proud of us. Once again, second day in a row, we have made it to the very last hour of the stream. Let's not waste any more time and hop over to the overhead as we continue looking at the current archetype, which is Hero Archetype number 6, which will leave us, once we finish with this one, at 11. Will we manage to bring that down to 10 before the end of this stream? Folks, place your bets. Let's see here. Next tower. Now, again, big fan. I'm just going to, on general principle, throw up another one of those. Absolutely. Love everything we saw with the Aegis of Fate. I'm surprised how much I love, considering it's so simple. It's one of the simplest powers we have in here. And also very, very, like, limited utility. Like, you do make luck checks fairly often, but not that often, right? So it's not something that's going to come into play at all times. It's going to be back and forth. Like, it's not going to take effect at all times. But that overload power just absolutely won me over. Just, all right, fine. You spent the points. Let's get silly with it. Yeah. I am a sucker for that. If you are writing a game, you include something like that, you're gonna get me. You're gonna get. That's how it is. I have just that I am vulnerable to that damage type. Is I think what I'm trying to say here. Hey, the next hero power is Burning Spirit. When others would fall, the hero stands. When others would despair, the hero shines. Whether by sheer force of will or by the intervening hand of fate, the hero shrugs off the effects of damage and seems to become stronger the more stacked the odds are against them. At rank 1 of Burning Spirit, for the rest of the round, ignore all wound penalties and injury-based conditions. At the end of the round, you take 1 health damage, which cannot be prevented by any means. So it's kind of like almost like a rage power, like a berserk. Like you can just power through it. You still make your injuries, I guess, worse at the end, but you power through them. Rank 2, for the rest of the round, ignore all wound penalties and injury base. At the end of the round, you take 1 health damage, which cannot be prevented, and you gain a +2 ability bonus to your next up check and a +2 ability bonus to your next crit check. So again, it's just you like, I refuse to give up. Rank 3, passive. Gain a +1 ability bonus to up checks and a +1 ability bonus to crit checks. So by the way, up checks are basically when you've been down or you've been knocked down, you make a check to get back up. Grit checks are sort of a way to, like I said, grit your teeth through something and power through certain types of like mental damage and effects. So again, just makes you much more resilient. I get that. Very simple, very straightforward power. That's why it's kind of so small, and this just takes up, it's almost as little in it. It's almost the same size as Aegis of Fate, really, in terms of what's contained here. Like, in a weird sort of way, heroes so far are like the simplest of all of them. They don't have crazy options. They're just like, I'm luckier than everybody. I'm tougher than everybody. In terms of Burning Spirit. In Fated Leader, I'm assuming that means I'm more charismatic than everybody. So let's see. Mastery A of Burning Spirit. You no longer take 1 health damage on the round after this ability's effect, but can choose to instead take 1d3 damage that cannot be prevented by any means. Oh, okay, here we go. I was going to say, that's not better. Why would I choose to take potentially more damage? But, there we go. If you do, you gain a Memento Mori. And Memento Moris, as we saw on yesterday's stream, are basically, you can only get 2 of those at once. Usually the only way you get those is by basically letting the GM, the guide, the director in this game, kind of fuck you over But then you gain a Memento Mori, which is a token you can spend to get some really nice benefits on rolls. So, okay, I see that. You can basically, like, you get all the benefits, you're more resistant, you ignore your wound penalties, yada, yada, yada. And then you choose to take 1d3 health damage. So it could be 3 extra health, but it could be just 1. And if it is just 1, cool, because you were going to take that anyway, and instead... So wait, so, and that's an option. So you can, okay, here we go. So the way I'm reading this, right, on the you no longer take the 1 health damage, but can choose to instead. Oh, but can choose to instead. All right, chat. How do we think this is interpreted? Because the way I'm interpreting it is you no longer take 1 health damage on the round after this ability's effect. That's first part of the sentence, comma. So the 1 wound, the 1 health damage effect from ranks 1 and 2 goes away. But, comma, but can choose to, so this is optional, you can choose to. The problem here is they instead take 1d3 health damage that cannot be prevented by any means. If you do gain a Memento Mori. It's the instead that's bothering me there. Because it implies that if I do not make that choice, then the thing that I am not insteading of happens. So at that point, the way it's worded makes me feel, hi Katie, I see you're coming back. It makes me feel like I'm still going to take that damage, but I can choose to instead, hi kitty cat, how you doing? Covering up my, love you, covering up my book and my camera. Yeah, sweetheart, it's still an hour before your feeding time. You have so much time to go. Do you just want to? Are you trying to get on my lap? Is that it? You trying to get on my? You are trying to get on my lap. Okay. Well, you did it. You're on my lap. You still have 1 leg on the table. There we go. Okay, you did it. You did it. Yay! Now, will you stay there? Will you stay there? The camera can't see you. You are just below you are just below camera level. So if you sit down, you just want pettings. You're like rubbing up against things. She just wants pettings. So if token, yes. Oh no, did it stop? Oh no, okay, never mind. That's just my video over there that stopped. It's like to make sure my camera didn't die again. Okay, let's see. If token, yes, then damage 2d3. Wait, what? Okay, I'm gonna read when damage equals 0. If token, yes, then damage equals. So okay, let me reread this again, right? Because it's the wording. So Mastery A. You no longer take 1 health damage on the round after this ability's effect, comma, but can choose to instead take 1d3 health damage that cannot be prevented by any means. If you do, gain a Memento Mori. So the way I'm reading it, it sounds to me like the intention was that by default, you no longer take the 1 health damage on the round after using the ability. So rank 1 and 2 will give you those bonuses, but make you take 1 health damage after, right? So the intention is that that's no longer the case once you've achieved Mastery A. But in addition to that, you can make the choice to go, actually, let's roll the dice. Let's see. Let me take 1d3 health instead. And if I do though, by doing that, I gain a Memento Mori, which is now a resource that I have to improve a roll later. I feel like that is the intention of the roll. But the way it's written, it's that instead, but can choose to instead take the 1d3. Because it implies that it's like, oh, if I don't choose to instead, then the thing that happens would have been to take the health damage. But I guess also based on this, I'm going to say, no. What happens instead is the first part of that sentence, which is that I no longer take the 1 health damage on the round after. Right? Let's see exactly. So you always take 0 damage on the round after, but you may choose to take exactly. That's I believe that is definitely the intention of it. I just think it's a little awkwardly phrased. I think if they removed that instead, I wouldn't have any problem with it. I think that's my only problem. Like I'm not sure if I'm the only one that was confused by that, but I definitely like felt like it could have, it should have, it could have, would have, should have. Like take that instead away, but it's like because you no longer take 1 health damage on the round after this cavalry's effect, comma, but can choose to take 1d3 health damage that cannot be prevented by any means. Maybe, I don't know, it just feels awkward to me. It feels a little, yeah, exactly. Like I think we got it. I think we definitely got it. Like it feels a little awkward to me. That's all. But overall, though, I like the power. Let's move on. Moving on. Mastery B. On succeeding an up check, what's an up check? I don't know, man. What's up with you? Prompted by an enemy's attack or effect, you refresh 2 strain of each type. Okay, so basically once you get knocked down, you get back up again, and also you get back up again a little refreshed. It's like break it down in a bullet point. Yeah. But no, I think we got it. It just feels a little bit like the wording feels awkward to me, but I think that's it. And let's see here now. So Overload, spend 5 humanity. Until the end of the round, your wound penalties grant situational bonuses instead of penalties to your checks of equal absolute value. Thus, a -1 penalty becomes a +1 bonus, etc. During this round, ignore injury-based conditions and take +3 in lieu of rolling 3 dice for up checks. At the end of this effect, heal all wounds marked past their respective tracks. The Overload may only be used if you are seriously or critically wounded. This Overload may also be used to take +3 in lieu of rolling 3 dice on a death check. Oh, okay. Well, that's wild. Okay, so Overload, in this power, you spend 5 humanity, you basically, the more fucked up you are, the more wound penalties you had, instead they become bonuses instead of penalties, and you basically cannot stay down. You have +3 to your up checks if you take that, no roll, in lieu of. And then once it's done, you heal all wounds marked past their respective tracks. It can only be used if you're seriously or critically wounded. The Overload may also be used to take a +3 in lieu of rolling 3 dice on a death check. Yeah, so it's basically like just spend 5 humanity and just to come back bloodied, beaten, but you're back and you're stronger than ever. That's actually really cool. I really dig that approach. Burning Spirit. Here, have these bonuses. You're going to die soon. Basically. And then Destiny spends for that. You may spend 2 Destiny for +1d3 on an up check or death check. Again, you will not stay down. Burning Spirit. Okay, cool. I like that. Okay, folks, bear with me just a second. I'm going to pause something because I do need to check a message that I just received. I'm going to go to the Be Right Back screen without doing the full Be Right Back. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Just need to read. Actually, no, I'm going to do the Be Right Back animation. That's the only way I can get to that scene, it turns out. But I will be right back. This is not a full ad break. 30 seconds. I just need to check and respond to a message. Bear with me. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. Did not mean to keep folks waiting. I just had to important message that I needed to respond to very quickly for a potential event later tonight. Well, hopefully, still everything goes through, but just had to respond to that real quick. Let's get back to it. Okay, next power in line. Next ability for the hero is Fated Leader. Fated Leader. The hero has the ineffable ability to inspire loyalty and trust in those around them, spurring their allies on to greatness by their mere presence. So at rank 1 of Fated Leader, for the rest of this round, each successful attack or post-martial tactics maneuver you make in each attack that fails to hit you causes your allies in line of sight to regain 1 strain of their choice. Interesting. This ability can be activated out of turn, and you may trigger it reactively upon meeting the conditions for its benefits. No entity may refresh more than 2 points of strain via this ability rank per scene, even if multiple characters use the ability. Okay, all right, I like that. So basically, because you are the Fated Leader, you are this heroic leader, when your friends, when your party members witness you giving a hit or surviving one or missing a hit, basically, or getting missed by an enemy, it's basically inspiring to them and they get strain back. Cool. All right, they get refreshed a little. At rank 2, for the rest of this round, each successful attack or a post-martial tactics maneuver that you make, and each attack that fails to hit you causes your allies and times to regain 2. So basically, it's a buffed up version that regains 2 strain instead of 1. Additionally, each successful horror check you make this scene causes your allies in light. Okay, so it increases it to not just take or miss as attack and physical stuff, but also horror checks. They can regain 2 mental and 2 spiritual strain. They see you kind of stand strong against a horror. That's nice. Okay, and let's go to rank 3, which is usually our passive, and it remains that way. Passive: when you cause your allies to refresh a combined total of 5 or more strain in one scene, with this ability gain a memento mori. This effect can only occur once per scene. Nice! So basically, a little benefit to you, because the rest of these are benefits to the rest of the party. It's basically if you're doing well, right, if you're making those hits, if you're saving on those rolls, then your party is recovering. At rank 3, if they have recovered 5 or more combined total. So say when you cause your allies to refresh a combined total of 5 or more strain in one scene with this ability, gain a memento mori. This effect can only occur once per scene. So the way it's written makes me think that that combined total is not individual. It's your allies. So if you have 3 allies that got affected by the rank 2 of your ability once and therefore regain 2 strain each, that's a grand total of 6 strain. I think that would immediately trigger that passive. And then I would gain a memento mori, get the bonuses that potentially come with it. I think that's how I would interpret that, because it makes it more badass, and I am a fan of the badassery. Mastery A. Once per scene on using rank 1, rank 2, or the overload of this ability, we haven't seen overload yet, grant a chosen ally in line of sight an inspiration die, which they may spend to boost a check or passive attribute of their choice. In this scene, an inspiration die is rolled as a D3 and adds its value to the relevant score. Okay, so at Mastery, you gain, anytime you get the thing to use, you can... Yeah, it doesn't cost anything. It just happens. So then basically you can grant inspiration dice to your characters. Okay, cool. Again, just leadership stuff. Mastery B, once per scene on using rank 1, 2, or 3, or the overload ability of this ability. Grant a chosen ally on sight the ability to take +3 in lieu of rolling 3 dice for a horror check or discipline or stability check. Okay, so basically similar thing. Instead of the inspiration, it's specifically for horror, discipline, or stability checks. And then the overload: spend 3 initiative points, grant any number of allies in line of sight an inspiration die, which they may spend to... Okay. That's... normal. Oh, at a cost of 1 humanity per affected ally. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, that's really powerful for just 3 initiative points to grant everyone, every ally I can see, an inspiration die. But okay, there is a cost. The cost of 1 humanity per affected ally. And they don't stack with themselves. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. Cool, cool. Still very good. Very good. 3 initiative points lets you inspire the whole party. Not bad. And then your destiny spending for this. You may spend 1 destiny and 1 initiative point defensively if in combat to grant an ally plus 1d3 to a horror check or discipline or stability check against it. Okay, so... Oh, all right. Defensively if in combat to grant an ally plus 1d3. Okay, so Destiny lets you spend the Destiny to kind of like in the moment help an ally. Oh, damn it. In the moment help an ally overcome a horror check. Interesting. Okay. Dig that. Fine. Also, just realizing, wait, how? Alright, it's fine. Okay, because on that screen it looks like my face is just completely hidden in shadows. When I look at over there, it's like, okay, it's actually, it's fine. It's fine. all right. Not completely blown away by the Fated Leader, but I think it works. I think it's a solid approach to how you as a leader are basically making the rest of your party more inspired. You're giving them inspiration. You're giving them bonuses. It's just good to have you around because everybody else gets better when you're there. Okay, Heroic Prowess is the next power. The hero's innate genius for physical combat allows them to execute virtuosic feats of daring and martial excellence with apparent effortlessness. So at rank 1 of Heroic Prowess, you do not suffer the normal -2 penalty to your attack check for your next tactics attack. So basically extra attack without penalty. Rank 2, you do not suffer the normal -2 penalty check for your next, but also for the rest of the round, you gain a +2 tactical acumen for use only with tactic attacks and tactics maneuvers. Okay, so again, you get to do the crazy tactical stuff for just a little bit of it for free. And also tactical acumen is very useful. Rank 3 is passive. Tactic attacks now cost 1 fewer initiative point than normal. You get to pull off more of them. Mastery A, when you successfully use the knockdown tactics element, you may choose one of the following. Throw your opponent a number of areas up to the number of ranks you have attained in the Might skill, minus your opponent's vitality, to a minimum of 1. Alright, cool. So pick somebody up and toss them. Or deal plus D2D3 damage and cost days with this and any tactics attack damage. In addition to other status effects, if tactics or attacks damage naturally deal blunt damage, any checks against days made by its victim suffer a -2 situational penalty. So just like a strong hit. That's that mastery. Okay. With mastery B, when enemies target you with tactics attacks or tactics that are primarily martial, this is at director's discretion, their tactical acumen suffers a -3 situational penalty. If this penalty would cause their tactical acumen to become negative, they suffer a commensurate situational penalty to their check's score. If your opponent has a natural tactical acumen of 0, they suffer a -1 situational penalty to hit you with attacks. Alright, so basically you have such heroic prowess in combat that your enemies just can't properly face you. They can't hit you as well. They can't pull off their moves as easily as before because you're just that good. Overload for Heroic Prowess, once per scene upon succeeding with a tactics attack or a tactics that is primarily martial at the director's discretion. Spend up to 10 humanity, refreshing 1 strain per humanity spent, divided as you choose between all types. Okay, so you succeed, you do a tactics attack or a tactics martial tactics, and then you choose to spend how much humanity. However much humanity you spend, you regain strain rather. All right. So one thing I'm noticing, and this is later on, I'm surprised I didn't notice it before, and maybe because I was using the term sort of interchangeably, but there is stress and there is strain. And I think I keep like confusing the two. Let's actually take a quick pause here and let's look at the definition of the terms. Because I am getting a little turned around on what's stress and what's strain. Because strain, you have a set number of strain with a maximum of 11 Actually, maximum depends on the character. Actually, sorry, that maximum can vary. I was looking at one of the pre-made character sheets. But you have a set of strain, and strain is stuff that you can. Basically, it's your power juice. Like you can spend strain to activate certain powers and to push stuff further, etc., etc. Stress. Here we go. So stress is down here. So stress is a specific type of wound. It's basically spiritual wounds, where health is physical wounds and clarity is mental wounds. So cool. It makes sense, but definitely I am running into, and this is like more of a terminology issue. It's a relatively minor one, but I can see this being, tripping some people up, mistaking strain with stress, especially since they feel a little similar. Yeah, well, whatever. Okay, just noting that out. Just noting that out because I am noticing that occasionally I'll be like stress, no strain, on that. So another thing to keep in mind for anybody running the game. And then the destiny gain or spend for heroic prowess. When an opponent misses you with an attack or fails on a melee tactics attack against you that's primarily martial, you may spend 4 destiny, ouch, to immediately make a tactics attack against them, costing no additional points and not contributing to the rush condition. Okay. So basically, somebody attacks you and misses, spend 4 destiny and immediately make a counter attack. Alright, yeah, cool. Seems a steep destiny cost for getting to make a counterattack, but okay. Especially since there only triggers if you were missed. If they actually hit you, you can't do this, so... I don't know, that destiny's a little, like, it feels either you're charging me too much destiny, or maybe change the wording so it applies no matter whether the attack hits or misses. If you survive an attack, spend 4 destiny. And do an immediate counter attack, basically, is how I would have kind of preferred it. But I don't know, maybe it just works. Maybe that would be kind of OP. I'm not sure. All right, let's move on to the next ability. We are close. In fact, we are so close. We have Indomitable Will and then Legendary Feat. So let's see. Indomitable Will. One of the defining characteristics of a hero is that, faced with the unspeakable, they do not freeze and they do not flee. They take action unfazed by any horrific event. So at rank 1, gain a +2 ability bonus to a horror check. Okay, so you're better at horror checks. Rank 2, gain a +3 ability bonus to horror checks or any check against intimidation or mind-altering effects of abilities. Okay, it exponentially going up. Rank 3 passive, +1 effective force of will and acuity for reducing stress damage taken from horror checks. Okay, so even rank 3 at that point means, like, even if you fail your horror check, you still have effectively horror armor. So you take less stress damage because of that. Then Mastery A, the first time you succeed a horror check each session, regain 2 humanity. On each subsequent success in a horror check, regain 1 humanity. You may not regain more than 5 humanity in this way per session. Okay, that's actually really useful, regaining humanity. And then Mastery B, when you and any number of allies that can see you are subjected to a horror check simultaneously by the same source, you make your check first. If you succeed, allies that can see you gain a +2 ability bonus to their horror check. I like that. An Indomitable Will inspires those around them and makes it more likely that they will be able to succeed in their own horror checks. I like that very much. Overload, spend 5 humanity, cancel all damage you would take from a single horror check. Allies that can see you and are subjected to a horror check simultaneously by the same source take +3 in lieu of rolling 3 dice on that horror check and ignore any rolls against breakdown prompted by this horror check. Nice. Costly, but nice. And destiny spending for that one, you may spend destiny in place of strain on horror checks, with the spending limit still determined by your ranks in the stability and or discipline skills. In addition, you may spend destiny as though it were strain to reduce damage taken from horror checks. Again, it just means you are very strong-minded. It's very hard for horror checks to really damage you. But, high cost in destiny or humanity to keep doing that. All right, let's keep going. So Legendary Feat, the final ability for the heroes. The hero calls upon their mysterious innate power to perform feats of strength and athleticism far beyond human limits. So at rank 1, you gain a +3 ability bonus to an athletics or might check. This cannot affect checks that are direct attacks, such as thrown weapons with athletics. However, this does allow you to throw or swing improbably huge objects on a smite score of 10 plus. Such an object is wielded with the athletics skill but cannot benefit from legendary feat on the attack check, and deals +12 blunt damage on a hit. So if you want to swing a car at somebody, rank 1 of legendary feat is here for you, my friends. And in fact, when you succeed on such a might check, you may immediately make an attack with a wielded object. Yeah, it's assumed that you're using the swing to just smack somebody with a car. Okay, dig it. Subsequent attacks with the same improvised weapon cost 2 initiative points. Not bad. Each time such a weapon is used, make a luck check. On a negative result, the weapon is destroyed. All right, fair. You are hitting people with cars, and cars are not meant to hit people, except I guess those big fuck-off giant trucks that are apparently built in such a way to be able to run over the maximum amount of kids per car. If you've ever seen those graphics or read those stories where like the bigger like Dodge Ram trucks and stuff are so high up that you could stand, it's like a ridiculous, like 12 children, so that you could like stand a line of 12 children, and it's not until like the 13th child that you are actually able to see it over your hood. Like they are killing machines. Like, why would you design a car like that? It does not make sense to me. Anyway, how did I get on that? Right, because cars are not meant to be killing machines, I suppose. Tell that to Truck-kun. Okay, look, Truck-kun gets a pass. Truck-kun knows what he's doing. If Truck-kun mows down 12 kids, I'm going to give him that 13th kid for free, because all of them are going to be isekai'd into a world where they, get superpowers and whatnot. So Truck-kun gets a pass. It's the only truck that I trust to mow down a baker's dozen of children. There is an anime in that. There's an anime in there somewhere. I'm sure of it. All right. So cool. Hit people with cars. Solid thing for rank 1. But also, it's a luck check. So if you happen to also have, in addition to legendary feat, you have Ages of Fate, that car is going to last. That car, you're just going to be beating I assume, kids. Monsters. I assume you're killing monsters. Back and forth with that car. Truck-kun is a consummate professional and improves. Exactly. Truck-kun, please, for all of us, we need you. Truck-kun, we've never needed you more. Rank 2 of legendary feat tells us that it functions the same as rank 1, but you gain a +5 ability bonus to your might or athletics check instead of a +3 bonus. Cool. Rank 3, passive. The first time you get a 10 or more score on an athletics or might check this session, gain a memento mori. Cool. I like that. Mastery A of legendary feat. When you use rank 1 or 2 with a move or charge action, you require half the normal movement actions to reach your destination. Round up. So basically, Hulk leap. And then Mastery B, when you use rank 1 or 2, deal 2d3 plus 2d3 damage on your next melee attack. Right, it's executed before the end of your next turn. So basically, hit people even harder with that car. And Overload. Spend 5 humanity. Your evade and parry values gain a +5 untyped bonus for 1 defense, ignoring modifier limits. You may parry without a weapon drawn with no ill effects for this defense. You may parry ranged attacks with this defense, but your attacker does not suffer ill effects from the parry if you succeed. Instead, you may redirect the ranged attack to a target of your choice with a -2 situational penalty to its original attack value. Okay, I really think that's a fun one. Okay, picture this. You're there. You are much like the artwork that we saw, right? There is a tank. I tried to get the image, but whatever. There is a tank, and it just fired at you. Spend 5 humanity and parry the tank shell. And if you succeed, you can literally redirect the tank shell towards some other guy. and hit them with it. Yeah, I like that. I'm a fan of the ridiculous. All right, I'm a fan of the ridiculous. Destiny. For spending for this, you may spend Destiny for +1 damage to a melee attack or thrown object attack, stacking to a maximum of +5. You spend 1 Destiny to cancel the rush condition once per scene. Again, legendary feat. Spend Destiny, do even more damage. Cool stuff. I like that. Aha, chat. I can tell you why trucks are the way they are. It is because of the regulations on personal trucks. So truck sizes increased to commercial size to avoid those regulations, and the vehicle companies lobbied, bribed to keep. I remember reading something. It's stupid. It's what it is stupid. It makes sense from okay, yes, this is the way these regulations are written, and therefore this is why that happened. Okay, I see the quote-unquote logical chain of events that led to this situation. At no point anyone, and I think that's my problem with so many people. I think it's my problem with a parry attack very anime. There is an anime, by the way, called I Parry Everything. I parry everything, and it's trash. It is anime trash. It's isekai harem trash. It is what it is. But also, he does exactly what it says on the tin. He parries everything, up to and including like Destiny itself at one point. It's a good time. Come on, Dan. Tank Shell, isn't that ridiculous? Let's parry ICBM and take out Mars in response. I'm assuming that in this adventure, it's slightly in the future, and Elon has somehow managed to actually get to Mars. Fuck yeah. I'm down for that. Let's go. All right. What happens with your humanity loss when you're a hero? Well, at high levels of humanity, the subject is simply more memorable and forceful in presence than the average person, and is subconsciously drawn to follow the heroic virtues, even when not particularly advantageous. At 75 to 51 humanity, so still medium-high, same as the effects of the previous range, but the hero is drawn, as deemed appropriate to the situation by the director, towards both the heroic virtues and the heroic flaw, even if behaving in such a way would prove potentially dangerous. From 50 to 26 humanity, the same as the effects of the previous range, but if the hero will need to fight against their virtue and flaw, even if following them would expose them to certain dangers, so just more intense. Down to 25, down to 1 humanity, same as the effects before, but the hero must fight hard to avoid behaving in accordance with their virtues and flaw, even when doing so would pose some deadly danger. And at 0 humanity, the subject is no longer a being with real agency, becoming instead a living exemplar of the principles that endowed them with their power. Perfect, platonic representations of their heroic flaws and virtues, they are the old stories given flesh, and thus far too dangerous to assist freely in the world. No successful rehabilitations exist in the unsealed records. So yeah, you become just this heroic archetype, and there have been many stories said of like how that's kind of terrifying. So I do like that concept. I do like that ability. All right. So we made it through yet another one. How much time do we have? The stream is ending in 20 minutes or less. And that means I don't know if we're going to have time to get through anything else. The medium is the next one. But you know what? Let's see, because medium has a lot. But let's oh, the Nephilim is okay. So I'm sad. I kind of don't want to spoil the Nephilim. I really want to. Nephilim are so cool. All right, fine. Let's do medium. Let's get as far as we can, because that way, tomorrow we'll be able to kind of kick off with the Nephilim, make it a big start, because I'm excited to get to the Nephilim because they are so weird in this game. So let's first do something, a little bit more semi-normal, and just look at mediums. So the game describes the mediums as, let's see. Let's go back here. Here we go. So the thing for the medium is that you are a utility offensive caster hybrid. Great support for info gathering and investigation, along with pet summoning and powerful damaging and debilitating magic. All right, so necromancy, I guess. Let's see. Mediums. Spirit channeler and those whose perception pierces the veil between the worlds of the living and the dead take many forms in many cultures, but humanity has always regarded its dead with both fear and reverence. The medium is one who has, by supernatural means, developed a relationship with the dead, whether one of subjugation or one of mutual respect. Drawing on knowledge and techniques from the great beyond, the medium shrouds their enemies in the shadow of death. Their unique mechanic is called haunting. As the medium draws more and more on their power, their surroundings become increasingly permeable to the influence of the spirit world. Medium abilities conditionally raise the haunting level. At each level of haunting, the medium has access to bonus abilities as described in this section. Okay, so we'll read them, but that's really interesting. So basically, the more you do spooky stuff, the spookier stuff gets around you, is I believe the core of this ability. At a haunting of level 1, or level 1 haunting rather, at any time the medium may spend 2 initiative points to cause a target in line of sight to check against breakdown, always reacting out of fear if afflicted, suffering from the opportunity condition for the duration of this effect, and being forced to spend 2 initiative points on sheer directionless panic in lieu of the normal effects of breakdown. If the target is afflicted, the medium must spend 1 health or 1 stress whose loss cannot be prevented in any way. So basically you can go boo, but like a big bada boo. At haunting level 2, passively gain 8 magical armor, which only applies to magical damage. Each time you reach haunting level 2, you may cause up to 2 targets in line of sight to check against breakdown, always reacting out of fear, yada, yada, yada. Alright, same basic logic there. You may freely use the haunting level 1 effect while at haunting level 2 as well. Cool. Haunting level 3. At haunting level 3, each time an enemy checks against daze or breakdown, you may spend humanity to inflict penalties on the luck check on a 1-for-1 basis. You may spend a maximum of 3 humanity for -3 in this way per target. You may freely use the haunting level 1 effect while at haunting level 3 as well. While at haunting level 3, you may spend 4 initiative points to unleash a storm of angry ghosts, causing all entities you choose in line of sight to check against daze, bleeding, and breakdown. Each entity uses the result of a single luck check for all 3 effects. But when you spend humanity to penalize their check, it only pertains to 1 effect. Okay. Breakdown cost this way always causes the victim to react out of fear if afflicted. Yada, yada, yada. Same words as before. If the effect causes at least 1 instance of stun, arterial bleeding, or total breakdown, you regain 2 strain of the corresponding type, mental for days, physical for bleeding, or spiritual for breakdown. After this effect resolves, reset your haunting level to 0. Okay. So once haunting level goes up to 3, you unleash a ghost storm. And it can it dazes people, it causes them to bleed, and it causes them to mentally break down in fear. All 3 at once. That's wild. That's brutal. Okay, fine. Medium, you have my attention. Being able to unleash a fucking ghost storm at people is dope. Dope as fuck, in fact. I'm gonna give it the good old Dan, Soy Dan, pointing at the book and going, ooh, that's how we're doing this. Baleful Dead is the first official power. That was just the unique ability that you have, the hauntings. Now we're actually looking at the powers. How many powers can we get through before the stream is over? Well, let's see if we can get to it real quickly. Baleful Dead. The medium calls forth enraged spirits to gnaw and gnash upon an enemy's soul. So at rank 1, spend 2 initiative points, do an Eldritch Knowledge check or a Discipline check versus stability or whatever. An Eldritch Knowledge check on natural attack versus stability or discipline as an attack to call down violent ghosts which harrow your target's soul. It's both an attack with damage for degrees of success and a horror check. Deals +4 force stress damage and always prompts a check for breakdown. Okay, so basically just throw more ghosts. I kind of dig the idea of just ghosts as weapons. I hit you with a ghost. And I hit you with a ghost. So yeah, damage types are physical, mental, and spiritual. Correct. And so horror checks will cause mental, or no, horror checks I believe will cause spiritual, while I think horror checks are spiritual damage, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, but yeah, there's the 3 damage types basically. Rank 2, spend 2 initiative points, check knowledge eldritch versus stability. So another just hit somebody with a ghost, but just even more damage. All right, but otherwise pretty much identical. Rank 3, passive. When an entity succumbs to breakdown to disability, you pay 1 humanity to have them suffer bleeding of an equal severity. Jesus Christ. So basically break somebody's mind down, and then they start literally bleeding from their eyes and ears. Well, the health pools are physical, mental, spiritual. Yep, this also fire. Fire is a damage type, but it's a physical damage type. It just burning is its own thing. So that's why this ability does like all 3 of the main ones. So daze, bleeding, and breakdown. Daze being mental, bleeding being physical, and breakdown being spiritual. And then burning is just physical in general, but because of how horrific it is. Exactly, like because we live in water, earth, fire, gun. It kind of is. Because that's the thing, burning is so horrific in this game that it causes physical damage, but it can also like trigger horror checks and whatnot. Like we saw that I think the first day when we looked at how the burning effects. I'm kind of looking back here, but I'm not going to spend too much time digging through it. But the burning table. Oh, hey, kitty. Hey, kitty, I see you going by. Hi. Anyway, I can't find the table right now, but yeah, it was kind of wild, and it is. I love that. I actually love that interpretation. The elements are water, earth, fire, but everything changed when the Gun Nation attacked. Hello, here in America. It's the Gun Nation. Hi. Welcome to the Gun Nation. All right, next power is possession. Actually, wait, let's keep going. Wait. So rank 3, basically, okay, scare them so much they bleed from their eyes. Mastery A, spend a humanity to increase the severity of any status effect. So basically, make it worse by spending humanity. Mastery B, entities damage and severity suffer -1 effective. Okay, so debuff enemies when they take damage by this. Very cool. Overload, spend 5 humanity, use 5 initiative points. Use 1 known rank of this ability at no additional humanity cost against all entities you target within 1 area. You may use rank 3 effect to add bleeding to this overload, must do so separately for each victim. So basically attack everybody with ghosts with an overload. Like it. Haunting. On dealing damage with this ability, you may take 1 stress damage, which cannot be prevented by its restraint, to increase your haunting level by 1. Okay, cool. So there is a lot of like take damage myself to make things even spookier and scarier kind of vibes to the medium. So the next power is possession. The medium draws a nearby departed spirit into themselves, partaking of its knowledge. Okay, so rank 1. Spend 3 initiative points. Gain a rank at a skill of your choice at rank C. You keep this skill for additional scenes at the cost of 1 humanity per scene. Okay, so the interesting part about this is that unlike the one we saw with the Hermeticist, I believe, that had that ability to kind of tune into the machine elves and stuff, this one doesn't specify that they're non-combat skills. So you can spend 3 initiative points and give yourself rank C, the ability to rank C, melee, rapier, or whatever. Like if you grab a weapon that you don't know how to use, you can basically let yourself be possessed by a spirit that knows how to use it. I'm guessing rank 2. Oh shit, that's a big jump. Okay, sorry. Rank 2, spend 3 initiative points. Until the end of the scene, you gain any skill of your choice at rank S. You keep this skill for additional scenes at the cost of 2 humanity per scene. Damn, rank 2 of possession is wild. Any skill of your choice at rank S for 3 initiative points for an entire scene? That's really good. That's kind of wild. Hi, kitty. I know. Stream is almost over, and I'm going to feed you so hard as soon as the stream is over, sweetheart. But you are standing on the part of the book that I need to read. I love you so much. You terrible little feline. Come on, get over here. Move. Thank you. I know. Your ancestors were lions, and now I pick you up and kiss you on the top of your cute little head. I know. Such rage that lives inside you. Let me at least finish the medium, baby girl. Alright, so rank 3 is passive. Once per round in combat, you may use an unopposed tactics maneuver with a skill granted by this ability at no initiative cost on your turn. All right, cool. So basically, once per round in combat, you do a tactics maneuver with a skill granted by the ability. No, so yeah, okay, yeah, cool. So if you channel a martial ghost, you get the martial ghost effectively takes over your power, your body, and does a thing for free at rank 3. Nice. Mastery A. Let's see, classic channel the spirit's power. Yeah. It's very good. I like it. I'm just surprised that we jumped all the way to rank S at rank 2. That's really nice. All right. Mastery A, first procession. On skill checks with skills granted by this ability, you may use the rank A and rank S dice replacement skill features in combat. All right. In Mastery B, the spirits possessing the medium become willing to put the medium's safety over their own. While under this ability's effect, if you would take stress damage from horror or a hostile effect, you may end this ability's effect and reduce stress taken by 2 for each rank you had in the skill. 6 for rank C, 10 for rank S. Oh, that's really cool, actually. Basically, the spirit kind of like acts as a shield for mental damage, for horror damage. It adds the effect, but that's cool. I like that. Okay. Let's see. Question. If you give up 3 initiative, doesn't that effectively drop the lowest possible initiative? Yes. So the way initiative works in this game, I'll try and explain it very quickly, but everybody has a pool of initiative points at the beginning of each round. That pool of initiative points is determined by your initiative score, which is a derived stat that is calculated when your character is made. It's on your sheet. Then you roll dice and you either add or remove, +3, -3, within that range, just like any other roll in this game, to that initiative score. And whatever the final result is, the number of initiative points that you start the round with. And then once everybody has determined how many initiative points they have, then you look at the totals and you go, okay, who has the most initiative points right now? Oh, you. Okay, so what are you doing? And that person then spends X amount of initiative points on whatever action they wish to take. Might be 2 initiative points for an attack, might be 4 initiative points for some kind of power. Depends on the thing that they're doing. They pay the initiative cost for that thing. Once they have done that, then you once again it's kind of like on every action you once again check, okay, who's got the highest initiative now. And so if you had a really big initiative pool, you had like 7 initiative points and everybody else in the fight only had 4 or 3 initiative points, since a basic attack is just 2 points, the person with 7 initiative points will go first. They have more initiative points to start with. They do a normal attack. They spend 2. Now they're down to 5. Then next time we check, next turn, we check who has the most initiative points. It's still that same person. They still have 5 where the others have 4, which means they get to go again because they just have that much more initiative. So they might do another punch, taking them down now to 3 initiative points. And now, next round, okay, these 2 guys have 4 initiative points each. You only have 3. So one of these 2 guys is going to go first. And usually when there's a tie, then you just compare stats and see who has better stats, and that one goes. And if that doesn't work, then just figure it out. Decide. If it's NPCs, the director decides. If it's players, just have them decide among themselves. But that's basically how initiative works, I think. Hopefully that was a clear enough explanation of how that works. So yes, exactly. It means that when you spend X amount of initiative, you basically drop down to, like, next time you go, your initiative is now that. But at the beginning of each round, your initiative effectively resets. That said, there's also a mechanic where you can overspend and basically spend initiative points that you don't have yet, but then at the beginning of the next round, those points are taken away from your starting total, so you can kind of push yourself extra in a single round, but then you're kind of fucked on the next one. It's a very flexible system. That said, like so much in this game, very flexible. I get it and it makes sense, but also it's a lot of stuff to keep track of. You're keeping track of a shifting pool of initiative points for everybody in combat, every individual in combat, and it's a lot. All right, cool. Where were we? Yes. Overload for possession, cool. Overload for possession now. Let's see. For Mastery B was that they take the hit, cool. Overload for possession, spend 5 humanity. And, let me do something, because It's telling me ads are very soon. I'm going to snooze these ads because I really want to finish this as close as possible. Oh my god! I don't think I have time. Okay, I think I need to wrap up the stream. It's already 6:02. I've gone over, and there's a non-zero, very good chance that I've got something else going on tonight at 8. Watch my socials. Perfect time to put my socials on the chat with the button that I press and makes that happen. Because I think we need to wrap up. I do actually need to pause, and if I'm gonna do the thing at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight, then I need to know. I need to rest. I need to eat. So I think we need to pause. Dan, take a breath. Okay, let's do that. I think we got to the end of Possession. We like Possession. Let's actually just read the Overload and Haunting for Possession, finish there, and then tomorrow we'll be able to go to Psychometry, then Seance, then Spirit Guardians, then the Rising, then more stuff, and then finally the Nephilim. The initiative seems more complicated than yours. It is. It's very complicated. It's a complex initiative system. I don't hate it. I really don't. It's a lot. It's a lot to keep track of. Exactly. Yes, but extremely tactical. Yes. Well, so far, like I said, I don't have time to discuss it now. But I've looked at a system that Phoenix is working on, and their initiative, their initiative system there is also like kind of like that, but it's more like you have 6 seconds to act. Basically, each round is 6 seconds, and depending on which action you take, you spend X amount of those seconds on those actions. And it's that whole range of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, right? And I kind of complained. I was like, it's cool, and I like how tactical and flexible it is, but also it feels like a lot to keep track of, right? So the difference with this one is that, how can I put this? I don't know. Like, honestly, this one is more complicated when I think about it. Like that's pretty much a system, exactly. This one is more complicated. Like you have a shifting pool of stuff. But let me see. Actually, let me see. Before I say anything more, let me check this. The reference sheets back here. So yeah, so we do have a little table of common actions and costs. So here's the thing. It has everything. Like as far as I can tell, I haven't seen very many, if any, actions that cost more than 4 initiative points. So the difference here is that the bulk of actions here take 1, 2, or 3 initiative points. You may have a very shifting pool of initiative points that will go up and down, yes. But in terms of knowing what an action actually costs me to do, it's relatively simple overall to figure out, I think. But that said, I would have to compare. I honestly would have to run 2 combats, right? Run a combat in this system and run a combat in yours and see how it feels, right? See how that initiative feels. Because like I said, I like the one that Phoenix has been working on as well as this one. And I like shifting initiatives. I think they're interesting. I think they lend a lot to combat. And a lot of tactical crunch to it, which, depending on what you're going for, might be exactly what you want. But at the same time, my worry is bogging down combat, right? That's my concern. Like how much is it going to bog down combat? And so considering that I've already said that I feel like combat in this system is fairly complex with the whole selection of tactics and everything, and I know the combat in your game, Phoenix, also has a lot of tactics and extra things that can go. So honestly, like I can't right now off the top of my head say which one I think is quote unquote more or less complicated than the other. They're both fairly complex. So then the question becomes, okay, we're going with the complexity because we want to run a sort of tactical kind of a certain level of grit and tactics and planning and everything versus the more wishy-washy sort of like D20 kind of combat things, where even though D20 combat can be tactical, like it still abstracts a lot out, right? While these systems are like, they're not quite like a full war game. We're still And that's the thing. We're still technically, in a weird sort of way, I feel like almost still simpler than some like Shadowrun stuff that can get really tweaky, right? So it really depends on how it flows. A system can still be complex, but if it flows well, if combat with it feels natural and flows, and the things that you're keeping track of, the shifting sort of pool of initiative dice, or initiative points rather, you properly keep track of them, then it works, right? So that's the thing. I think that's what I would need to kind of like actually see the system in action, kind of run through it and see if it flows well. I don't know if this system flows well. I kind of feel like it probably will, just from like I'm it's taken a while, right? And I think it's also like illustrated well enough that I'm like, okay, I'm getting a real feel for how this system runs these things. And familiarity breeds, like, I would say familiarity breeds contempt. That's not familiarity in this case breeds comfort, right, in the system. So yeah, I think that's kind of like my comparison there. All right, so Possession, cool. The last two, so that one, Overload, spend 5 humanity, 5 initiative points. You are possessed by legions of spirits, gaining rank S in all skills. For the remainder of the scene, you may not spend more than 9 temporary strain gained through skill rank S in this way per scene. If you use this Overload out of combat and your next scene is a combat scene, the effect persists until the end of the Jesus Christ! Overload of Possession gives you all skills at rank S for the rest of that scene. Sure, cost 5 humanity and 5 initiative points. Fine. I'll spend 5 humanity to just max out my character for a scene. Yo, that's wild. Okay, wow, we're going out on a bang for Possession. And finally, how that interacts with your haunting. The first time each scene you use rank 1 or rank 2 of Possession, your haunting level increases. Okay, so it just increases by using that. Cool. The first time you've seen, you use the Overload, your haunting. Okay, so basically, yes, every time you use Possession, haunting levels kind of go up. Cool. All right, tomorrow we will start off with Psychometry, which first will shout out to a good friend Dave, who is a sucker for Psychometry, so I'm really excited to read that one and see if it would make Dave happy or not. Tune in tomorrow to find out if this would make Dave happy as we hopefully finish going through the Orpheus Protocol at 2 p.m. sharp Eastern tomorrow. But until then, Jesus Christ, Kat, you were sitting on my keyboard. PB, I don't know if you're still on stream, but okay, good. I don't think she sent the message. There was a huge, I was not typing to you. My cat was sitting on my keyboard. Hey, folks, it's time to wrap up. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, ads are going to start in less than a minute. I have to say quick goodbyes because I don't want you all to get hit with ads again before I finish the stream. Thank you so much for hanging out today. I had a good time. I know on social media I was a little glum earlier today, but you know what? I did a laundry. And by a laundry, I mean all my laundry. Washed my bed sheets, washed my towels, washed my clothes, washed myself. I took a bath, did not climb into the laundry machine. They frown on that. I can tell you from experience, but I did take a nice hot shower. And honestly, revived. I was all better. I was stronger. I was faster, harder, better than ever before. And so I did a stream. And now I'm done with that stream. I'm good at this. I'm so good at this. Anyway, folks, as usual, there's my social. There's my schedule. You already saw my socials. So I'm not going to click it again. I will definitely be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. to see more Orpheus Protocol, but also 90% chance that there will be a thing tonight as well that I will be on. Keep an eye on my socials. In fact, you know what? I will put them on the chat again just in case anybody is on there who hasn't followed me yet, because if the thing tonight happens, I will shout about it. We'll see how that goes. All right. Keep an eye out. Keep your schedule wide open. I think one way or another, I'll probably be back tonight. If the whole other thing doesn't matter, I may feel like finally playing some video games on stream. We'll see. Either way, keep an eye on my socials. I gotta go. We got 10 seconds before ads. Bye-bye. Have a great time zone. Ni hao. Or bye-bye. I don't know. Whatever. See you all. Have a great time. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Love you all. Bye-bye. Let's see. And